Assembly of the Borough's intent to renew and enter into a new management agreement for a 5-year term with the Chilloon Village Traditional Council for the Moose Creek Campground as the operator on behalf of the borough state-owned land. IM 22066, informing the Assembly of the manager's signature and submittal of an electronic grant application through Grants.gov under the Bureau of Land Management, Alaska Fuels Management and Community Fire Assistance Program, requesting $150,000 in funding to extend the Saw Creek work season and provide wildfire risk reduction around the schools and parks in the borough. IM 22068, informing the Assembly of the manager's signature for 5 grant applications for submission to the Alaska State Library for the Alaska Public Library Assistance Grant. And IM 22069, informing the Assembly of a grant amendment for the 2018 November Cook Inlet Earth Disaster Project Worksheet 227 for fire stations to be signed by the manager.
Are there any comments on the IMs? Yes. Assemblyperson McKee. Go ahead.
Is this the appropriate time to mention something about the log cabin thing at Willow?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that a done deal now? I have all the expenditures, and there were like 7 change orders. Are all the expenditures on that done now? Is it over?
Yeah, through the mayor to Ms. McKee, that's correct. So when we do these IMs, it's reporting the conclusion of a contract. Now, there are a couple of minor things that we may address out there. There's some eave cover over an ADA ramp that we may look at, but it won't be done under this contract. It would be done as a separate purchase order potentially. So we're looking at that, but it's very small scale kind of wrap up items that may occur.
And I'd like to ask another question too. I went out there last night, and the first 3 people that we talked to in Willow didn't know what we were talking about. And finally, when we got to, I guess it was a community center, and I mentioned the amount of money that was spent on it. I said, no, they didn't spend that much money, but actually we did, $420,000. And then I looked at it and I'm thinking, geez Louise, that's a lot of money. Who's going to use, what is and this may not be the time to ask it because it was done before I even got here.
We're not on the community center.
No what?
It's not the community center. This has to do with the old.
Yes, I know that, but when I
community.
went next door to ask where the place, where the cabin, the structure that we're talking about is, that's when she was saying, well, it was right next door to where we were. We just
Right.
didn't know what it was. And she was saying that she said, no, they didn't spend $420,000 on that. And I said, yeah, they did. What's the major benefit of this expenditure?
Madam Mayor, that's inappropriate under Assembly
Not?
comments. We are not on this at all.
Okay.
Okay.
So
So
bring it up under assembly comments at the end of the
Okay.
meeting.
Do that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome.
So I won't ask for any other comments. So we will move on. We do not have any persons to be heard that have requested. Now we will go into public hearings, and Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 2210, an ordinance creating Forest Lake Subdivision Natural Gas Local Improvement District Number 619, approving the improvement plan for the district, authorizing the manager to proceed with the improvement and assessing equally among the properties within the district the costs of the improvement. If you're on the phone, would like to speak to this, press *3.
Okay, and one of our efficient clerks are bringing to us the sign-in sheet. And it looks like we have a staff report before we go to the people. Go ahead, ma'am.
Through the mayor to the assembly, Cheyenne Heindel, finance director. Forest Lake Subdivision Natural Gas LID was brought forward under petition with 71% of the appraised value citing the petition and 73% of the property owners citing that petition. We did have one name withdraw that brought that signature number down to 69%. When it went out to balloting, and it's been out to balloting prior to this meeting, 61% of the property owners voted yes for this LID, and we're asking for you to approve it tonight.
Okay.
Got a question. Cheyenne, don't go.
Sorry.
Yeah, Assemblyperson
Through
Howard.
the mayor, just a quick question. Those people who do not respond, so there were 7 ballots that did not, well, a variety. If somebody does not respond at all, is there any effort to do a follow-up contact with them, or is it just a one-time send it to them?
It's a one-time voting period, and anybody that does not return a ballot is counted as a no vote.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yes, Assemblyperson Yount.
I already know the answer to this, but I want to clarify. So the 61%, that's of the people who vote, or that's of the total amount?
That's of the total amount. So there were 33 ballots sent out. 61% were returned. Let's see, that was, I have the numbers. 20 ballots were returned marked yes. We had 6 ballots returned marked no, and 7 that were not returned at all.
Thank you.
Okay, further questions for the staff? Okay, this time you can go, I guess, lady. Thank you. Alrighty, I will now go ahead and open the public hearing. And I have Joe, Stan, something, another. Bail me out, please.
Hi, my name's Joe Stanistreet. I'm reading this for a resident of that subdivision. This letter was sent to the assembly members of the Matsu Borough on behalf of Douglas Hoover. He's writing the letter in objection and appeal to the regards to proposed LID 619 gas line in the Forest Lake subdivision in Meadow Lakes. Property lot 19, block 2. I have many objections to the issue. First, there wasn't full disclosure in the information on the petition. There was no informed decision before securing the signatures. No proposal to read. I feel the petition was deeply flawed. It did not include interest rates, penalties for lack of payments, estimated costs of construction, and most importantly, the lien on the properties as a penalty. I say there was no real proposal in the presentation for signatures. Second objection, I do not need or cannot use the gas on my property. My house sits on a monoport slab with in-floor heating, an oil-fired boiler, electric water heater, electric range, electric dryer. To remodel the house for gas would cost a ballpark figure of approximately $30,000 to $35,000. There's no crawl space to refit that house for gas. Buying Unstar gas would take more than 50 years to break even for the out-of-pocket expenses, being forced to buy something that could never be used nor afforded. Additional objective is the common myth that natural gas increases the property value. Not true. The borough's assessments and the bank's appraisers do not count gas as an improvement to the property. It's basically a selling feature like landscaping. Doesn't give you value unless you can use it, which I cannot. Fourth objection is the lien that would be placed on my house. If there is a lien on my house, I can't secure the home equity loan through the bank. In other words, I can't take out the loan to pay the lien because I'll have a lien. The lien would also affect the credit, damaging credit and the negativity of that. The last is the cost of the proposed gas line at $6,200 is a lot of money to spend for something I cannot use. I'm asking that you remove me from the burden. I don't have the money to pay the bill. I'm fixed income, and to take out a loan would reduce my income. The loan is considered a resource. So it's causing massive chaos in the life, to lose benefits, that I formally ask that you please take me off the proposal for this gas line. Thank you. And that's on behalf of Douglas Hoover.
All right.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Douglas Hoover.
We have the thing in comments of Douglas Hoover. I don't know why they say that. So I think we're done.
Okay.
Oh, that's it. No.
Please bear with me. I haven't spoken in front of an audience before, so it's a little
Okay.
different for me. I'm here today to request to nullify the petition of the LID 619 and ask to have it redone. When this so-called petition was presented, it was done in I believe, in a false and misleading circumstance. I was not told it was a petition or allowed to read anything pertaining to a gas line on so-called petition. I believe this is illegal. In my head, I think it's illegal. Tammy Alexander, which is the petitioner, asked if I was interested in getting gas into the neighborhood. I asked how much it would cost. She said she didn't know, but sign here and the borough will send me information packet. And I'll get all the answers. The first time I heard of the word petition was on the certified letter I received from the borough. This petition is deeply flawed. I'm sure when I speak of this, I'm not the only one with this grievance. A do-over is in order. A petition without a proposal is not a petition.
People are signing this in the dark, not knowing the repercussions of the actions. It's an uninformed decision. I know of at least one other person that was duped by the petitioner. A do-over is called for. Because of the time restraints placed on me here today, I would also like to request an addendum to the letter I sent each one of you, so you can further understand my grievances with this gas line. Tammy, the petitioner, was if Tammy, the petitioner, was forthcoming with this so-called petition, I don't believe she would have gotten the signatures to get it past the first stage of filing, and would have failed and been disqualified. Of the 33 votes for this LID, 5 come from 2 commercial business owners in our subdivision. This is a non-commercial residential neighborhood. These businesses, the business owners are the ones pushing hard for the LID, not the homeowners. This subdivision is not the place for a commercial business. I have to deal with 40-foot plumes of road dust, oil polluting the groundwater, and the noise is unbearable at times. 10-wheeler trucks running up and down my road all summer. You can't barbecue, you can't do anything. It's just noise. If you have ever heard of well drillers' trucks, they wear headgear to drive their own vehicle. You know, that's how noisy it is. I've complained to the owners to no avail. I suggest you Google Earth to look at and confirm what I am saying. Tammy Alexander, the petitioner of this LID, and Joe Griffin, he's at the end of the road where the gas line ends. She's at the beginning, he's at the end. If you need a lot and block, I have them. I'm a 66-year-old cancer survivor. I also have serious medical issues that I have to address. I don't need this kind of added hardship at this stage of my life. I feel like I've been discriminated against for being disabled and being on a low fixed income. Putting a lien on a person's house and taking their home for an unwanted Canadian gas line payment.
Your time is up, sir, but I need you to state your name for the record, please.
Douglas Hoover.
Okay, thank you.
And if I could get that addendum, I would really appreciate it, because then I could finish. Addendum to the letter I sent each one of you members.
Okay, well, I'll leave that up to the assembly people
Okay,
to
thank you.
respond to you. Thank you. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to testify? Okay, yes, come forward, sir. State your name for the record first, please.
Hello, my name is Jonah Briggs. I'm a resident and a house homeowner in that subdivision, and I came here today to push to nullify this from moving forward. Tammy Alexander did push this on myself, my wife, and other neighbors as well. The proposal has been misleading. The letter that she provided, or that was presented from you guys, did not state things in a plain manner for the numbers, for the cost. The petition did not seem fair and balanced, and so I just would like to object to moving forward with this additional, with this. So I also object to it because I do not want a lien put on my house. I'm a single sole provider for myself, and my family, and my daughter. I'm comfortable with using the own means I've already provided for heating my house, and I don't want to have to spend more money for years to pay for something that somebody else wants and they could, deal with on their own. So I have a limited amount of income to work with, and so this would just be a burden on myself and others to have an additional cost added to us that we're already heating our homes and water else in other ways, and so just like to say that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Anyone else who would like to testify either for or against?
Yeah, Mike Coons, 5200 North Dorothy Drive. I'm not in these guys' situation because thank God we got out of it. Live up where we had, they tried to do a lid on us as well. We fought it. We fought it really hard. And basically what it came down to was the folks in my neighborhood that wanted it paid for it. So the gas came in, they hooked them up, they brought it in, they took it all the way into the end of into Dorothy. The guy on the end, Dorothy, he got his. I didn't have to worry about it because I said I didn't want it. I didn't get hit with a lid. I didn't get hit with a lien. I didn't get hit with any of those things. Now, the thing that everybody in the neighborhood got screaming and hollering about was that if I waited 3 years, I could go ahead and put natural gas in and not have to worry about what they were paying for. That's been a lot of years ago. I haven't put natural gas in, nor will I, because it costs a lot of money. It's going to cost me about checked it out the other day because I was looking at something. It was going to cost me like $2,000 plus the meter, plus replacing my furnace completely to that of a natural gas. And then when I checked on the natural gas furnace versus my fuel oil furnace, my fuel oil furnace was actually more efficient. And actually I would spend less per year with the fuel oil versus the natural gas. And the gentleman before me is correct. This isn't, this is a selling item. It's just like landscaping. It's just like having a steel roof. It's a nice thing to have. And some people want to have a house with natural gas. Okay, go for it. But my place, I got a really nice place. I could sell that place today for $350,000 with the fuel oil without natural gas. And I got natural gas all around me. And if a person wants to bring in natural gas after I'm dead and gone, they knock yourselves out. But I support what these guys are doing. They're getting caught between the rock and a hard place. If the people that want the natural gas, then let them pay for that natural gas to come in. And then everything else is 3 years later, if somebody wants to do it, they can do it on their own. Thank you.
Anyone else like to testify on ordinance 22-010? Okay, Caleb, do we have anyone online? Okay, go ahead, sir.
My name is Erica Rosenberger, and I'm at 481 South Forest Park Drive. I'm calling in regards to, or in support of the natural gas line, because for 6 weeks of propane, I have a brand new 5-star energy efficient house. Okay, it was just built in the last year. For 6 weeks of propane was $978. My house sits at 67 degrees for about 12 hours of the day, and that's it. I have no other means by which to heat my house. And so natural gas would be a saving grace. I don't have $978. Well, with the price of it going up, I don't have $1,000 every 6 weeks to heat my house, which means that if this gas line doesn't go through, I'm going to be cold. So it is not fair to everybody else that can heat their house by other means for them to step in our way when we're just trying to survive. Okay, I am on a fixed income. I do have a job. I'm on a fixed income, and I am probably not getting a raise. Okay, $978 every 6 weeks is not doable for me. Okay, I appreciate your time. And I really, really hope that it can go through, because I can't go another winter. I will have to sell my house and move. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. You have another person, Caleb? Okay, thank you.
Hi there, this is Tammy Alexander. I was the petitioner that started this, and based on several neighbors asking me to, and I did not know. They're saying that I was misleading in the cost. I told them everything that I was told by the borough. I did not know the cost. I called Instar several times, and they said when we got the signatures we needed to find out the cost, that they would send out a letter, and then everybody could vote. We did get 61% yes. People need this. There's several homes heating on propane. People are having to borrow money to heat their homes, but I don't feel like I was misleading. I just asked if they wanted to know how much a natural gas would cost. I did this based on several neighbors. We have one elderly lady whose husband just passed away and she's not able to go out and get the heating fuel and get her house filled up. But so I'm asking you to consider passing this, being we did get 61 of a yes vote. And I don't feel like I was misleading. But thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. That is all that we have online, Caleb? Okay. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to testify for or against this ordinance? Okay, seeing no one, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing. And Assembly Person Benir, what would you like to do?
I move to adopt ordinance 22-010.
Okay, is there discussion? Yes. Assemblyperson Yon?
This is unlike any of the LIDs I've seen since being elected. I want to speak to the LID process so that people aren't confused by it. It is actually a very beautiful process that allows a community to get together and pave their road, add natural gas, whenever it may be. I don't think I've seen one this divided, but so I want to point out a couple of things here. It's 61% of the total 33, but it's actually 77.3% of the votes that were returned that were in support of this. And so if you take the 26, people get busy, right? So we're not always home, people travel, whatever it may be. The 26 people that returned, 20 supported it and 6 did not. So you have 77% support of the people who returned it. And so I have a question for the manager. I believe I know the answer to this, but I want to understand the process a little bit before determining how I'm going to vote tonight. You initiate the petition, right, which was done, and you have to get X amount of votes just to begin the process. And then you go to the market, you get a bid, and then the package is mailed out. So the 33 people received a package, 26 of which voted. And did that package say how much the cost would be?
Through the mayor to the assembly member yet. So the process is petitioner comes in, they draw their map, determine which properties are going to be included in that LID. They make the decision at that time whether it is a contiguous LID or non-contiguous. Once they get more than 51% of the property value, signing the petition, then they can move forward, and we move forward and get a price estimate from Instar. Or if it's a road LID, we get cost estimate from Public Works, and we put together the packet and the balloting. At the time the ballot goes out, it tells them approximately what their per lot allocation would be. And we give them, I believe, a month to return that ballot. Again, we only count the yes votes as ones that return yes. If they fail to return, we count those against. If there are rural lots, state lots, we don't return a ballot, so those are counted as no ballots too. And then we count the no ballots. So that's, I mean, they get two chances at it. They could either say they don't want it at petition phase, or they could flat out vote it down when the balloting happens.
So thank you. So just to clarify then, they were given the amount of money prior to the actual vote that would engage
Yes.
right? And then you mentioned something that I wasn't privy to. So if there's any state or borough lots, they're automatically counted as a no.
Yes, the state
Do
nor
we-
the borough returns a ballot.
That makes sense. Do we know if any of the 7 non-returned ballots were state or borough lots?
No, there were no state borough lots in this LID.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Assemblyperson.
Madam Mayor?
Oh, do you mind if I take him first? Thank you. Assemblymember Hale?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just had a quick question. Didn't we recently lower the threshold on the ballots for these LIDs? Wasn't it, I seem to remember it used to be higher. Is that correct?
Through the mayor to Assemblymember Hale, yes, the percentage used to be 75%.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I remember arguing against that particular change when we were talking about it, just because of this very situation. I think the higher threshold was more appropriate. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I believe the threshold was 70%.
All right, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Does anyone?
Yeah, that's what I remember as well.
Okay, so it was 70, okay. All righty. Assemblyperson McKee, go ahead.
Yeah, so basically, since the 61 or 77% have voted, it's everybody or nobody. I mean,
Through the mayor to Assemblymember McKee, the way this LID was formed, it was a contiguous LID, so it's everybody in the defined area is included in the LID.
so if they don't want it, they're just so out of luck, right?
Unfortunately, that is the way that it works.
SOL, okay. All righty, thank you.
Assemblyperson 2.
What is the expense to the homeowner of a $6,200 gross? What is that a monthly payment of?
I'm going to have Marcia come up. One, it's not a monthly payment. They pay semi-annually, so 2 times a year for the next 10 years.
10 years, $6,200. 10 years.
So through the mayor to Assemblymember 2, the semi-annual payment is $311.06.
I'm sorry,
$311.06 per principal,
per year.
per twice a year.
Okay, $600 a year then.
Yeah, plus interest.
Thank you.
Okay. Assemblyperson Yon? Oh, okay, Assemblyperson Nowers.
Thank you. So, if they wanted to, could they come back and make this a non-contiguous LID and remove the people who?
If they would have to go through the petition phase, and a non-contiguous LID requires 100% yes votes. So everyone that is included would have to vote yes, or it fails.
Okay, and one follow-up question. So there was 7 unreturned ballots. We don't know why those people didn't return. They might be for it, they might be against it, just didn't know. Okay.
Assemblyperson.
Madam Mayor, if I might.
Okay, Deputy, okay, yes, go ahead, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Assemblyperson Yon.
So we did reduce the threshold. This meets the required threshold. I believe we should improve it or approve it. As far as infrastructure expenditures go, I think that this process is great. 61% is a lot higher, and actually 77% of those returned is a lot higher than most of us got when we were elected. We expend public funds and tax people for it on infrastructure all the time. A lot of the projects would probably have far less support than that. So we know that this has majority, if possibly super majority support of the people that would be taxed to pay for it. So I don't see why we'd even entertain not approving this LID, since it does meet the standards and it has substantial majority support.
Okay, Assemblyperson Yon.
Through the mayor, I'd like to touch on this non-contiguous again. So it has to be 100%, but it's only of the people that originally supported it in the first place, right? So they can name, if you have 33 lots, they could go through and name 20 lots, correct? Or 18 or 22 or whatever it may be. We get, then they have to show support of that 100% just to get a new bid, because the bid will change, right? If NSTAR runs it to 33 people amongst X amount of lineal foot and it drops to 20, the bid will change.
Through the mayor to some member yet, depending on where it cuts off at, that line will be the same line, whether it's a contiguous or a non-contiguous LID. It's just those 20 remaining lots or 18 remaining lots will pay the cost of the LID. So it will be split amongst those instead of the 33.
Go ahead, sir. Follow up.
So I want to fully understand non-contiguous, because if you're going from A to B with 33 or A to B with 20, can you skip places along the road? Okay.
Yes, that's what a non-contiguous is. They would
Okay.
identify when they came in and did the petition, which lots would be included in the LID.
So they definitely only want to identify people who supported the project.
Exactly.
And then, as a gentleman spoke to earlier, if someone else on the road decided to hook into it, they wouldn't have to pay for it if they waited more than 3 years. And that can be-
Exactly. What happens when somebody hooks into it immediately? NSTAR collects what's called a free main allowance, and that allowance eventually is paid in for anybody that hooks in. So they would only pay that portion.
but only for 36 months.
Right.
Okay. Assembly person, you put your mic on, sir. Do you have a question?
Out of those 7 that didn't return a ballot, are they all in state, local?
Through the mayor to the Assembly Member Bernier, no, I do not know that answer. We mailed out 33 ballots. 7 didn't return them. I could probably find out that answer, but I don't have that off the top of our heads.
Thank you.
Okay. Assembly person hours?
I don't have a question, but more of a comment. And just my thought process on this. When we reduced that threshold, and I had 75% in my head, because we used to require 75% of the property owners, or 70%. I was a lot more comfortable with that. I have a lot of heartburn on this, because you're making people pay for a service they don't need or want, and the government is doing it. And that is, not, that's an overreach. When it's 70%, I can see when you're doing something like that, I think 3/4 or 2/3, that you at least need that. I also hear, I've talked to people in the neighborhood, and I hear both stories. I mean, you're asking the people who are paying a lot for their current fuel source are asking other people to pay $600 a year to subsidize that amount. And it seems like there's, and just to Assemblyman Sumner's point that, we tax people. To me, this is different than a property tax, which goes to your government as a whole. And you can elect and unelect us. This is money that goes to a private entity, NSTAR, and the government is telling you, you've got to pay for it, whether you're going to use it or not. So I had a lot of heartburn, and I disagreed with that, reducing the threshold from 70 to 50. And I have heartburn on this because I can hear both sides of the story, but I think the solution here is to send it back to the neighbors and come up with who's going to support it, go around, you want it, get the people who want this on board, and send it back. I don't think it's that long a process, and that way you're not making people subsidize your goal, and you get lower energy prices. So that's kind of where I'm sitting on this. I think there's a solution.
Okay, further comments from the assembly or questions? Yes. Assembly person Yon?
I got a couple final things, and then I'll speak to how I plan to vote. I was a huge fan of lowering the threshold, and the reason why is we were oftentimes seeing a very, very, very high percentage of people support something, but then also a high percentage of people that just don't check their mail, right? And again, as I mentioned earlier, this is actually an awesome process that gives a community the opportunity to fix the road and pave it. that gives them an opportunity to bring gas in. Gas is substantially cheaper for those heating on oil. So I've served on the board for Alaska Housing Finance. I'm the current president for the Alaska State Home Builders. I know a little bit about energy, right? So if you're heating with oil, it is substantially cheaper than propane. And propane, unfortunately, I don't understand why this is to this day, but Alaska Housing Finance will give you a 5-star certificate on your home, even if you heat with propane, although they won't do it with oil. It makes no sense to me. It's unfortunate because it does lead some consumers and some buyers to believe that they're buying a 5-star. They are technically, because Alaska Housing Finance says it's 5-star. What they don't tell them is propane is very expensive to heat with. The nice part about propane is you can change a propane appliance over to natural gas in a matter of minutes for a couple bucks. It's not an option with oil. It's not an option. And if I was on oil, I would want to remain on oil. I think most people would. So this is a really tough situation. I fully support the LID process as a whole. I think this meets the reasoning to support it, but I cannot support this one tonight because the non-contiguous could be used if the 20 people who supported this would like to. And I don't think we're failing the public. I don't think I supported lowering the threshold. I don't think we failed the public in that process. I think every situation's different. The reason I just mentioned, I cannot support this one this evening. I do not want to step on the 20 people who voted for it. I would highly advise you guys get together and bring back a new petition with 100% support. It's not hard. Get the same people and bring that in. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I might.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Yeah. So I think that the problem with that, that sounds reasonable, but what you'll find is that when you go to those 20 people, they'll say, well, 15 could do it, or 12 could do it, and they could receive the benefit without paying the cost. If you don't have a process like this for large infrastructure, you'll have a free rider problem, always. And we have an LID process that's met the threshold. The petitioners, no doubt, went through a lot of work to get to this stage. They have, a substantial majority. And I would just really encourage everybody to support this LID and have it go forward. Otherwise, it's going to have a chilling effect on future LIDs if we don't even adhere to the standards that we've laid out. If somebody wants to bring forward something changing the standards, then we could do that. But we did change the standards. They qualified under the standards. And this really ought to be just a ministerial act. The same way we deny the ones that come before us that don't meet the threshold, we should approve the ones that come before us and do. So I just encourage everyone to vote yes.
Madam Mayor. Yeah, Assembly, okay, thank you. Assembly Person Hale, go ahead.
Thank you. I agree with Deputy Mayor to a certain extent. This does meet the standards that we set. I disagreed with those standards at that time that we changed them. But this does meet the standards that we set. And so I will more than likely support this, but I think what I'm going to do here in the future is to bring forward some legislation that says you need to get 70% of the returned ballots, and to where we're not counting the non-returned ballots as no's anymore, but you'd have to reach 70% of the returned ballots, which this particular case does meet. 77% of the returned ballots were yes. So I'm going to look towards bringing some legislation to change this process again, to tighten it up a little bit more from what we've got. 50% of all the ballots sent out, I think, is too low of a standard, and I made that case when we lowered it, but I will not oppose this tonight.
Okay, Assembly Person 2.
So I've had some experiences with the LID process. So I tried to get an LID for gas. The other citizens in my neighborhood decided they weren't going to sign up. So I got to buy the gas from the end of the road to my house. Well, after the 3 years came through, it looked like we just struck oil. NSTAR was out there furiously, and it was the same people who lived in the houses that said no, that after 3 years hooked up. So I'm definitely going to support this. This is a good thing for the community, saves fuel, saves money. It sounds like $50 a month. I think you can save that. That's 10 gallons of fuel. Thank you.
Further discussion? Assemblyperson McKee?
I was listening to what Assemblymember Yunt and Nowers said, and it seems like if there's a different way to do this, to redo this petition, I mean, the process sounds like a really good idea, but if you can redo this thing so that people aren't forced into doing something that they really don't want to do, I think that's the out on this. I think that's the avenue out of this dilemma. Because I think that to force somebody to do something, when government forces somebody to do something, I don't like the sound of that. That's really all I've got on it.
Okay,
I call the question.
okay. So you want to go ahead
Is
and,
there any objection to calling the question?
any objection to calling the question? No. So,
And you've heard objections, so you might as well have them vote.
okay, so we'll go ahead and have them vote.
If I can get the assembly members in the room to go ahead and vote. Assemblymember Hale.
Yes.
Assemblymember Sumner.
Yes.
It is passed with Assemblymember McKee, Nowers, and Yunt opposed.
You're done? Okay,
Thank you.
all righty. Are you ready to read the?
The next one is ordinance 22015, an ordinance amending MSB 4.46, Historical Preservation Commission. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
Okay, so staff report? Yes.
Through the mayor. My name is Adam Bradway. I'm a planner with the Matsu Borough, and I'm staff to the borough's Historic Preservation Commission. I wanted to give a brief staff report about Ordinance 22-015. So this ordinance originally was started by a directive from the Assembly in 2017. There's been a lot of conversation back and forth about it since then, and it's been brought forward to you now. The original intent of that directive from the Assembly was to make the boards that the planning staff function more efficiently. So ultimately, this code reduces the number of members. We've had issues with quorum in the past with the Historic Preservation Commission, and it reduces the meetings to quarterly or as requested. And then also within this process, we were contacted by the State Office of History and Archaeology. The borough is considered a certified local government, which is a part of the National Historic Preservation process. And along with that, there's some guidelines through the state's office for how our Historic Preservation Commission should be run and things like that. So some of those other language changes that you see in this ordinance are either taken directly from the state guidelines for how the HPC should be made up and some of the functions that it should have. So that's essentially what is in this code. And if you have any questions further, I'm happy to answer.
Okay, any questions of the staff? Okay. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Do we have we do not have a sign-up sheet. Okay, anyone in the audience that would like to testify on ordinance 22-015? Do we have anybody online, Caleb? Okay, go ahead.
Yes, this is Deborah Belinsky. I spoke at the last assembly meeting that addressed this ordinance. I've been on the Historic Preservation Commission for 9 years, and I'd just like to say that my testimony today is personal opinion, not representing the commission. I support passage of the ordinance just as it's written. It includes in it updating of the historic preservation plan, but my position is that in the future we'll need to do more to protect history in the borough. Right now, when the borough sells property or approves a 200-acre or whatever residential subdivision, there's nobody looking to see whether there's an old trapper or miner's cabin or a 10,000-year-old Stone Age site with items there. I think it's false to think that development and protecting history can't go hand in hand, because it just involves looking at the property, documenting the site, and moving on. It doesn't hinder development. One of the major, I think, examples of this is an agreement. There was a gravel pit down at Old Connect years ago. The developer of the gravel pit allowed the archaeologists to dig where there were some ancient remains and some, the turn of the century, there was like an old blacksmith shop. We found an old rifle there. I actually helped work at the site also. There was a gold Asters site. There were stone tools that were very old. So that was a good example of how development worked hand in hand with preserving history. I do oppose the amendment proposed by Mr. Sumner. The Historic Preservation Commission has not had an opportunity to review these proposals. There might be something in there that we could agree on or approve, but some of the language is not, I don't believe is going to meet the approval of the state, who doles out the grant money that goes through the Historic Preservation Commission. They require certain language in the ordinance, and I think some of that language will not be allowed. So we would, of course, like the chance to look at his proposed amendments before we can advise the assembly about them. I would also like to say that some of the projects that we've worked on or had oversight on is the Rebarchik Farm out at the State Fairgrounds. So it not only involves recent history or the last 200 years, there's ancient sites in the valley, 10,000 years old, that we don't even know about right now because nobody's even looked at them. I think many of you may have heard of the mound builders in the lower 48. Well, because of ignorance, basically, many of these sites, people didn't even know what they were. They were obliterated. The farms were sold, the property, without us even getting the knowledge from those sites that was there. And so we don't want to, my children live in the borough. I've lived in Alaska since 1960. I do not want our history to be obliterated before we even know what's there. And so, thank you. I think that's all I have to say today.
Thank you. And we have another person, Caleb. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Jake Anders, 3800 North Vista Circle in Palmer. I am also a commission member on the HPC. Much like Ms. Berlinski, I am speaking on my own personal behalf. I'm not representing the opinion of the commission, but I also support the ordinance, passage of the ordinance as it's written right now. I just like to add a little bit of context to the development of this that Adam summarized adequately there. The development of this was done, again, at the request of the borough. All of the revisions that we did to this were done in close coordination and consultation with the borough's planning department and their staff. And we consciously structured this so we would maintain our eligibility within the Certified Local Government Program. We paid special attention to seeking, as Adam mentioned, some of these operational efficiencies that have had some negative effects to the commission's ability to function in the past, namely the lack of quorums that we'll be able to establish with the 9 members. The reduction to 7 would significantly ease that issue that has arisen in the past. And again, the meeting frequencies, trying to keep a manageable number of meetings so we're not drawing too much of the planning department's limited time to help support us in our duties. The commission relies on volunteers, as everybody knows, but these volunteers that participate on the commission have a specialized expertise in areas of historic preservation, culture resource management. They may be members of the indigenous communities of the Mat-Su Borough and provide their insight. And again, this is a requirement of the CLG program, and some of the revisions that were proposed by the Assembly member seem to denute some of those things that are required as part of that process. And lastly, I'll just say that as Adam mentioned too, this has been a process that's been underway since 2017. I feel like we've made a lot of headway to get this in front of you today, and I'm eager to see this pass so we can move forward as a commission and focus on some of the more positive and encouraging and exciting things of historic preservation, like heritage tourism, and how the economy of the Mat-Su Borough could benefit from historic preservation activities. Again, I'll just say that like Mr. Linsky, I oppose the amendments that were proposed, and primarily because I have not had any great length of time to review them to see exactly what they would or would not do for us as a commission. But I do support the ordinance as it's written right now. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to the Assembly chambers. Is there anyone that would like to testify on ordinance 22-015? Okay, seeing no one, then I will go ahead and close the public hearing. Do we have discussion?
Assemblymember Yant needs to move in.
Oh, that's right. Yep. You're on the hot seat tonight, sir.
I move to adopt ordinance 22-015, and I'd like to speak to it if possible.
Okay.
So
Go
first
ahead, sir.
questions through the mayor to the manager. Is there a federal requirement that we have this commission? Or to the attorney, whoever would like to take that?
I don't know the answer to that sitting here right now.
Okay.
I didn't anticipate that question.
All right.
I'll start to look.
Thank you. And then in regard to Mr. Sumner's amendments that he brought forward, I apologize. I've not had a chance to review those. This is a big meeting tonight with a lot of things on the agenda. And that question I was hoping could be answered, which may be able to be soon, but I don't want to step on anybody's toes if anyone up here would like to speak to this. But what I'm going to propose is that we postpone this and let the staff pick the date to bring it back. We've been working on this since 2017. And out of respect for the process, I don't think it's going to hurt to postpone it a little bit so that we can get the answers that we need, study the amendments, and vote accordingly. So I'll let anyone else speak that would like before I propose.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
I have no opposition to postponement. And my principal concern was actually a letter from one of the members of the Historical Preservation Commission outlining a direction that I felt was quite probably unconstitutional and frankly outright horrifying. But I don't believe that the Historic Preservation Society should take, or commission should take even one step towards having decisional authority over projects or land use in the Mat-Su Borough. Now, it should be and we should encourage a voluntary process where and encourage the grant programs. But I don't want to see another decisional body intervening in land use, and in particular an unelected one. And I know that this ordinance doesn't do that, but some of the language that was added to this ordinance does mirror some of the things in the letter. And I'm worried that we are starting to take that first step down that road. And so I moved to postpone this and have it brought back at a date after the Historic Preservation Commission can review this yet again and maybe tone down some of the wokeness in the language.
Deputy Mayor, I'm getting the high sign from the clerk that we need a date. So you have a calendar there? You want to?
Yeah, one second, Madam Mayor.
I'm sorry.
If I could.
Go ahead.
Assemblymember Sumner, if I could ask Adam Bradway, when is the next time the Historical Preservation is going to meet?
Sitting right here.
Oh, there you are.
I don't have it off the top of my head. It's sometime in May is the next scheduled one, but we could likely schedule one before that.
If you want to wait until after, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Assemblymember Sumner.
Madam Mayor, I move to postpone to May 17th.
Okay. Yeah. Alrighty, so we have a motion, Assembly.
I don't know if, I'm not a government specialist here, so I don't know if the process is to vote down Jesse's postponement date or to propose my own, but I'd really like to push this off till after budget season because property taxes, I believe, are the most important thing we are elected to deal with. And we're getting ready to come into the battle. So if we could please push this back until sometime in July and we have our budget season and our property taxes behind us, I think that would be more appropriate.
Okay. Do you want to make that an amendment to the motion?
I would like to strike the May 17th date and insert July 19th.
Okay. So the motion on the floor for you is to postpone this ordinance 22-015 until July 19th, 2022, I hope.
On a second for a primary amendment. So the motion is to change the date right now.
Oh, so I don't put the date in?
Well, I'm just making sure that the assembly realizes this next vote does not postpone it. What you're voting on right now
No,
is
is the
changing the
date.
date from
Right.
5/17 to 7/19.
Right, yeah. We still have the major motion on the floor, yeah. Okay, Assemblyperson Nowers?
Thank you, Mayor. Just, it's a quick comment. That makes total sense to me. I think if we have concerns about this language that people have been working on since 2017, we should certainly get the commission's input on that and let them know what we're thinking. I would just say, when we bring it back in July, if there's still things where kind of assembly members have concerns and they want amendments, like if you can explain in your amendment.
Can I call you out of order because
Oh.
we're talking just about the date?
Absolutely, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the date? Okay, Madam Clerk, I think. Is there any objection? Okay, so now we have the motion before us to postpone ordinance 22-015 until July 19th, and Assemblyperson Nowers, I'll now
I think I already
recognize your
got it out, but
comment.
thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, Madam Clerk, any objection? All right. So be it.
We are on ordinance 22021, an ordinance amending MSB 212070 to permanently allow telephonic participation by the public at assembly meetings. And Madam Mayor, I will be giving the staff report on this.
Okay.
The title reads pretty clearly. This is just going to codify that the assembly will continue to have telephonic participation at assembly meetings and assembly chambers.
We have a sign-in sheet, do we? Okay. Okay, so do we have, you've done the staff report? You can talk as much as you want to. Huh? Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing on ordinance 22-021. And I do have a sign-up sheet. God, he's become Camden. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Camden Yaley. I am with Yaley and Associates, and I do public engagement for a living professionally. And I saw this on your agenda, and I would like to just put my support behind it. We have higher attendance when we do offer phone participation at the meetings that I organize, and I set up a lot of them. We have more equitable participation for those with limited time, limited transportation, and limited tech, because it doesn't involve Zoom or anything like that. We have a huge borough. People cannot reasonably attend meetings in person. Just me personally, and I live in about the middle, it takes me an hour and 10 minutes just of drive time. And that's not including the waiting until what I want to speak about comes up when I can't do anything like work or have dinner with my family or put my kid to bed. 2 assembly members are calling in right now. I understand they're the assembly, not the public, but I think that's great. It's clearly an important way for people to participate. It's something that I always include in my meetings because I think it's so important. And I've had great feedback for that. Even if it's only 2 people on the phone, it has been such a valuable way. Otherwise, their voices would have been completely lost. It's something that I appreciate as an attendee myself as well. So I just wanted to throw my support behind it. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else in the audience that would like to testify? Yes, sir. Come.
Thank you. My name is Eugene Carl Haberman, speaking through Dave Musgrave, and I support this ordinance totally. Thank you.
Do we need his real name? Oh, you
He
know
said
it.
Dave Musgrave.
Okay, okay.
We got the gentleman.
Oh, yes. Randy, come on.
Madam Mayor and distinguished assembly members. I also support this wholeheartedly because I have been out with a broken ankle and have not been able to participate personally in these. And like we discussed earlier, some of the impact on some individuals were not really involved in this. It's directly impacting them in their livelihood. That we also maybe, I'm not sure about the language of it, but also see if we can have a Zoom, Facebook participation on that. So individuals can be able to see electronically. We're in the age now, we can disseminate the information like we have there on the screen. I can test that because I have taken some of my theological seminary classes by Zoom. Thank you for your attention.
Father Randy, would you state your name for the record, please?
Oh, thank you. My name is Father Randy Hillman. I live at 6961 East Beechcraft Road, Wasilla, Alaska.
Okay. Thank
I'm
you,
speaking
sir.
for myself.
Thank you. And I believe we do have Facebook Live, right? Yeah, I see lots of heads saying, so good. Thank you. Yes, come. Yep,
was on.
the-
Oh, it was on.
Yeah.
Okay, my name is Frank Sieler, Sihler. I think, yeah, it's a good idea to call in, but it's also my concerns I have with it, that we know who is calling in, how you guys check the identity of the caller, especially if it's like in a certain district, some changes in an ordinance or what just certain district affects kinda. And then people call in from other districts and rally them up and you just take their name down, that's fine. But how you would know that they are really living there for the matter what it's discussed. So I would say yes, but there needs to be a check of balance too, that you guys know the caller's name is fine, but is he really living in the district? What's discussed about? So that's my 7 cents about it.
Thank you, sir. Further? Mhm.
My name is Esther Huddleston. And the comment about Mr. Haberman was inappropriate. That's all.
Thank you. I agree with that. We need to reverence the people that are no longer with us. And so I would like everyone to be respectful. Thank you. Further discussion or testimony? Okay, so with that, I will close the public hearing. And Assemblyperson Hale, since this is your legislation, would you prefer to move it?
I would love to, Madam Mayor. Thank you. I move to adopt ordinance 22-022 or 2021, excuse me, I'd like to speak to it briefly if I may.
Yes, go ahead. Speak to your motion.
Yeah, so obviously we already do this. We started doing this due to the pandemic. And I would like to see us continue to do this, especially since I am likely not to be here next year. This really helps folks who live in Chickaloon or folks who live in Talkeetna or, the elderly that don't have transportation to get down to these meetings or, folks who are out on active duty in the military or folks who, like me, work up on the North Slope. And I would hope that I would have unanimous support for this. Thank you.
Mhm. Further discussion on ordinance
Madam Mayor?
22021. Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
So I think that this is one of the few good things that came out of COVID, and I really appreciate Assemblymember Hale for bringing forward codifying this. I think it's kind of a no-brainer, and I don't see why we wouldn't support it. Thank you.
Further discussion by assembly members. Yes, Assemblyperson Yant.
Yeah, the Matsu borough's larger than the state of West Virginia. Fuel's not cheap. Family time's important. So great legislation brought forth by Tim. I call the question.
Okay. Is there any objection?
Calling the question.
For calling the question? I don't see any objection. So
Is there any objection to the main motion?
any objection to the main motion? Nope. But I don't see any of that either, Madam Clerk. So then we have something else that's passed tonight. Alrighty, ma'am, go ahead.
Ordinance 22001, an ordinance repealing MSB 1768, outdoor shooting facilities. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
Oh, I forgot to ask Caleb if there was. Caleb, on that last piece of legislation, I forgot to ask you if there was anybody online. Oh, good. Whew, thank you. I don't even know. The clerk would have had to lead me through how we would reopen it and then redo it. But anyway, and we have a sign-in sheet.
We do. Alex is ready for staff report.
Oh, there he is. Okay. Staff report, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the Assembly. Alex Strawn, Planning Director for the Borough, and I will be brief. 2 years ago, what's being repealed tonight with this ordinance is a regulations that was adopted 2 years ago for commercial outdoor shooting ranges. It also applies to nonprofit or educational outdoor shooting ranges. It does a few things. It requires, if somebody wants to open up a new outdoor shooting range, they have to do a lead management plan. They have to sort of demonstrate that they're going to keep the stray bullets from landing on private residences. And then also it has some operating standards such as hours of operation and some noise thresholds that are required. It does not regulate the discharge of firearms on private property where the property is not open to the public on an education, nonprofit, or membership basis. And so I guess that's a kind of a high-level overview. The Planning Commission did consider a resolution that would support this ordinance. They actually failed it unanimously. And unfortunately, they did not adopt something sort of explaining their reasoning. But that's kind of where we're at, and I'll answer any questions that you have.
Questions of the staff? Alrighty, well, we have lots of people to testify. So the first person that signed up is Esther.
Good evening. My name is Esther Huddleston, Huddleston. I'm asking the Matsu Borough to please repeal the outdoor shooting facility ordinance without amendments. I'm a range safety officer, a range technical team advisor, a distinguished expert pistol shooter, and a bullseye competitor. I've received a full scholarship from the National Rifle Association and become a range technical team advisor. The outdoor shooting facility ordinance is stricter than California legislation. I've evaluated shooting ranges in California. In some areas, people have to shoot through a shooting box. A shooting box suppresses the sound like a suppressor that you would used at the end of a barrel, or what Hollywood calls a silencer. In order to have a suppressor, you have to apply for a federal permit, and the Biden administration is working on banning suppressors altogether. In Europe, it is acceptable to use suppressors. Suppressors add weight towards the end of the barrel, and you have to modify the gun. You cannot use a shotgun through a shooting box because you have projectile expansion. You can only shoot through a shooting box with a rifle or a pistol. You're unable to use a shooting box for competitions, for example, IDPA, cowboy shooting, bullseye shooting, and shotgun sports because it's stationary. The outdoor shooting facility ordinance has a noise restriction, which would require you to use a shooting box or suppressors to be able to be within those noise regulations at 90 decibels. The Matsu Borough used the NRA range source book to create the outdoor shooting facility ordinance. The Matsu Borough did not receive permission from the NRA to use the range source book. A quote from the NRA source book: "The NRA range source book is not a code book certification standard, but rather a publication listing general suggestions." Another quote from the NRA source book: "This book may not be reproduced in whole or in part by mechanical means, photocopying, electronic reproduction, scanning, or any other means." The Matsu Borough also plagiarized the NRA source book. For example, the definition firing line is used matching the exact words out of the NRA source book. The NRA source book was created to help ranges to be developed under different circumstances so that ranges may exist. The range source book wasn't created for the government to create rules and regulation. Under the outdoor shooting facility ordinance, it gives the Planning Commission the power to revoke a permit over a complaint. Nonprofit shooting ranges are impacted by this ordinance because of the cost in the regulation. If a range is grandfathered in the Matsu Borough is forced to move to another location, then that range is now under the outdoor shooting facility ordinance. This is a Second Amendment issue because if you have an ordinance so restrictive to where a range cannot be in operation, then you're no longer able to exercise those Second Amendment rights. The people supporting the outdoor shooting facility ordinance are complaining about an individual shooting on their private property. This ordinance does not apply to those situations. Ranges provide a safe learning environment, and they serve our community well by providing hunters education, gun safety, and shooting sports. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian. I don't know what has been the procedure.
Just so everybody knows, if you want to support somebody, rather than clapping and disrupting the meeting, go ahead and stand. But it slows down the meeting, it slows down the public process, so I'd appreciate it if you just stand if you want to support somebody.
Okay, Brian Plummer,
I think.
Plummer.
I think.
The electrician. My name is Brian Plummer. I'm here to speak in favor of repealing this ordinance. The ordinance as written is trash, frankly. It wasn't written with the needs of the community in mind. You only have to go out to Moose Meadows, National Guard Armory, Zero Lake, and see the need for shooting ranges in the valley. This ordinance as written makes every existing range, to the best of my knowledge, in the state of Alaska illegal and doesn't meet the requirements. So whoever wrote it apparently doesn't like shooters, and I'd look into firing them personally if I was in your chair, but I'm not. So anyway, get rid of it. It's a bad idea. If we're going to regulate something, let's do it with the needs of the whole community in mind, not just a few people. Thank you.
Thank you. Randy Durham.
My name is Randy Durham. I'm here in favor of repealing this. I've been looking into purchasing a shooting range in the Matsu Borough, and without this repeal, it appears that the shooting range would be inoperable because of the change of ownership. So I'm just here in support, as we all have already heard, and we know that this originally was because of one property owner complaining about another property owner shooting their personal firearms on their property, and this ordinance does not address that issue at all. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Wendy. John C. James.
Hi, I'm John C. James. I live up in the Fishhook area, North New Hope Farm Road. Real quickly, I am for repealing it. Assemblymember 2 and Assemblymember Sumner, I believe, brought this forward. I greatly appreciate that. I don't think I could say anything else hasn't been said already tonight, but thanks for your time.
Father Randy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Councilman. My name is Father Randy Hillman, 6961 East Beechcraft, Wasilla, Alaska. I'm sorry, the COVID thing. I'm like to supporting repeal of this law because I'm a lifelong member of the NRA, and what she said is the truth. Also, I'm a member of the local gun range. We need to look at this bill, this ordinance, and repeal it because it has been stated before, it's really slippery slope, infringement of the Second Amendment, and it doesn't really address the original intention of why this bill or this ordinance was addressed. Between two people. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Keith Romaskiski. Keith? No? Okay, Keith is the first name, and it looks like it's Rominske. Okay, here we go.
I'll just move this along. I support repealing this ordinance. First name's Keith, last name Rominske.
Thank you.
Thank you. Move this along.
Okay, Mel verse Bostry. Mel?
Mel Vostry.
Mel Vosfrey? No, okay. We'll put a little note there, and so we'll see later on. Pat Martin.
Madam Mayor, Assembly members, thank you. And I too, I'm a resident of Matsu Borough, and I support the full repeal of this range ordinance. And I'd just like to tell you a story that an Alaskan and a Texan and a Virginian walked into a bar and they started swapping stories. And the Alaskan told the Virginian and the Texan about what happened here in Alaska, how there were some disagreements about shooting noises on personal property and on a shooting range. And somehow that turned into a range ordinance that puts in place requirements that certified site plans need to be drawn and that dimensions and construction materials have to be reported, and a certification by a professional civil engineer or other qualified professional are required in order to build or expand a shooting range. And like all stories, you know, something is lost over time and in translation, but I can't repeat in front of you in good conscience what the Texan and the Virginian responded to the Alaskan. They just couldn't they couldn't believe that in Alaska, that leftists had gotten in control of the government and put regulations like this in place while the hardworking, good people of the Matsu Borough are out doing their thing, and they come back and they find that they've been priced out of their ability to either build or operate gun ranges. So yeah, we need to repeal this. And just so that we all understand that our right to communicate to you our displeasure with how the borough has handled this, both the assembly, previous assembly members, right? And how the planning commission has handled this. We have a right, and that right is in the First Amendment, and that right has been upheld by the 1964 New York Times versus Sullivan case, where vehement, caustic, unpleasantly sharp attacks on government and public officials are protected by the First Amendment. And sometimes that includes clapping.
Okay, Gerald Lewisburg. Okay.
Gerald Lewisberg, Lousberg. I'm demanding to repeal the MSB 1786 entirely, to get completely rid of it. A vote is like a firearm. Its usefulness depends on the character of the individual. If we don't have firearm, these proper firearms in the proper hands of these people, we don't have good character out there. We have people that don't know how to use firearms. And let's see, in 2019, there were 2.4 million new firearm owners. In 2020, there were 3.8 new firearm owners. And in 2021, there were 5.4 million new firearm owners. Without these gun ranges, we don't have the proper training and ability to keep these people knowledgeable with their firearms. So, my son shoots on a shooting league, Alaska, yes, it's for trap shooting. And it just, the amount of knowledge he gets from that, it just, it's going to better him in the future. It gives him that character, the knowledge that he needs to be able to handle a firearm properly. So I ask that you guys repeal this. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Faulkner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Assembly members. Good to see you this evening. I oppose this ordinance wholeheartedly. It needs to go away, this shooting ordinance or shooting range ordinance. EPA best management practices. What just occurred on the North Slope? On an oil field up there, some of the best engineers in the world designed it. Shut down. You talk about high oil costs today, we're shut out. This here, we're going to regulate to the EPA, our own property here? No way. Do away with this ordinance, please.
Rick McClure.
Good evening, Mayor DeVries and Matsu Assembly members. I'm Rick McClure. That's MCCLURE. I'm with Alaska Gun Rights. We're opposed to MSB 17.68, the gun range ordinance. We want it repealed completely, no amendments. We have over 1,000 petitions here signed by people that are against this ordinance. Again, I repeat, the gun range ordinance needs to be repealed with no amendments. Amendments are a compromise to the left. We do not need to compromise our Second Amendment rights away. I'm going to be redundant here. I ask that you repeal this gun range ordinance with no amendments. And these are the petitions that I am representing here. Who would these be? Who do
I'll
these?
come get them.
You'll come get them? Okay.
Okay, Dave Musgrave.
Hello, my name is Dave Musgrave. Thank you for this opportunity to address you on this repeal ordinance. I'd like to speak against this ordinance, this repeal. But first, I'd like to apologize to Ms. Huddleston. I'm sorry if you thought I was being disrespectful to Mr. Haberman. I really appreciated Mr. Haberman. I was saddened to hear of his death about 2 months ago. And although I injected humor into it, I hope Mr. Haberman, who I often had many conversations with at the official community council and here, and I hope he would see the humor in it also. But he is watching over us. So let me turn to my testimony. I would like to see this repeal attempt turned back. I was going to speak to the various provisions in it, but Mr. Strawn's already done that. So let me just say that the Assembly actually asked the Planning Commission to consider the repeal of MSB 17.6A. And on a vote of 5-1 against, the Planning Commission came out with a big fact no to the repeal. I'd like to remind you that the chair of the Planning Commission, Mr. Glashon, who is a certified engineer and has worked on gun ranges in the valleys. He also voted against this. He was one of the 5 voting against this. One of the reasons in the information memorandum that came along with this ordinance, I'll quote from that. It says, as enacted, MSB 17.61 applies the entire Mat-Su Borough. With the varying and diverse nature of the Mat-Su Borough, the one-size-fits-all approach does not work well for more rural and remote locations. If at all, an ordinance containing regulations could be applied only where population density warrants it. Well, if that's the objection, there's an immediate remedy. Apply it only to the core area. The core area is defined by population density, and there's a map on the borough website for that. So I would suggest you amend the original, the MSB 17.6 to say that it applies only to the core area. It's a very high density area. There's probably no reason to have a gun range in that outdoor gun range in that area. So please don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. This is not a Second Amendment issue. If this was a Second Amendment issue, then thousands of similar regulations across the United States would have been struck down already in the courts. They have not been. Fairbanks has a very similar one right now. So I'm asking you to amend 17.6A to accomplish your stated goal of having it applied to areas of high population density and have it applied to the core area only. Thank you for your time very much. And again, Ms. Huddleston, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Chad Scott. This is a challenge.
Chad Scott, SCOTT. I would like to speak in opposition, actually in favor of a full repeal of this. And I'd just like to speak as a person growing up in this valley. It was very easy to find a safe private place to shoot as a young person. And of course, as I've gotten older, it's gotten more and more challenging. Many have spoken to that. Places, like Zero Lake and others. I believe that in terms of public safety, if we create more safe, accessible places for young people to shoot and for there to be educational programs, that will deter a lot of the problems that we have on unregulated areas. I think this previous legislation is basically unamendable. And I'd just like to speak to the Assembly as a whole, that many of you are here largely because of this issue. And I'd be very careful about any amendments that are made to this because you can see with the showing that we have here, this is a pretty important issue. And if there were any room to make regulation on this, I don't think it would be part of this bill. So I just want to speak in opposition of it and thank you guys.
Okay, I have a challenge, as you guys all know. So anyway, it looks like KATMEN and the last name is KOEMAN, no, KONER.
She's coming. She's coming.
Do I get the prize for tonight?
Okay, my name is Kathleen Kahneman. That's KATHLEN,
Okay.
KOENEMAN.
Thank
I'm actually
you.
here for a different reason, but my boys actually shot for Houston High School shooting team for Alaska, yes. And I say I'm in favor of repealing this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Seth Shackled? Okay, thank you.
My name is Seth Shacklett, SHACKLETT, and members of the Assembly and Madam Mayor. I have been shooting since I was 9, 5 years military, 11 years as a gunsmith, 2 years as a range safety officer, for a total of 43 years of firearms experience across several different industry standards. This ordinance needs to get repealed wholly. You don't replace cancer with something, you cut it out and let it lay. It does not address the problem that former Assembly Member George McKee spoke about when this was first being called into question. It was complaining about neighbors shooting in private property. I know for a fact that it has made traffic worse at what I like to call ad hoc ranges. That is Site Bay Nike Nuclear SAM site that's been abandoned, that Bryce Engineering and the Department of Natural Resources is trying to reclaim. Zero Lake has had several issues, including an individual that was accidentally shot in the neck and fortunately survived pretty much the week that this was approved. And Jonesville and the problems that it is having. I remember when you could shoot out at Reflections Lake way back in the day. That is no longer an issue because people dump trash there. I couldn't include this at the last meeting, but there was a gentleman who played audio of the gunfire that he heard. I spoke with him about it, about this ordinance wouldn't affect private property. And he said, that's fine. My wife's a former judge, so we will just pursue litigation. He didn't care. I unfortunately didn't recall his name, and that was well over a year ago. I know for the past year that the Talkeetna range has been absolutely slammed. There have been days where people were shooting from 10 a.m. all the way up to 5 p.m. on Saturdays, Sundays. I know most of my fellow RSOs could speak to the same. I know Maud Road has been actually absolutely slammed because that's usually where I go test fire. And on a Monday morning at 8 a.m., I couldn't find a spot at Maud Road on Monday. As stated before, if you want to solve the issue of people shooting in their backyard, build more ranges. You have to make it attractive to get them away from shooting in their backyard and or being unsafe. You have to have easier access, better facilities, and more facilities. Maud Road, as I said, has been absolutely slammed. So has the Talkeetna shooting range. We've had people drive from Fairbanks to come use the Talkeetna range over this past year. We need more. We're a borough, a county the size of West Virginia, and we have 3 public shooting ranges. Most of them just can't handle the volume, especially given the past year's worth of societal and political chaos going on that drive gun sales. People need to learn their weapons. People need a place to do so. This doesn't address people shooting in their backyards. One of my neighbors has a black powder cannon that he shoots off every 4th of July. No one can do anything about it. He's safe. It's loud. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Mike Coons.
Mayor DeVries, Ms. Mike Coons. I've been waiting for 2 years to be able to, after the election process, and we finally got rid of the far left groups that were in this borough to get to the point we can repeal this bad boy. Because when this thing was first brought up, has been brought up, this was neighbor v. neighbor. This didn't fix neighbor v. neighbor. All it did was it brought it to a government agency. The government agency took something that was pretty much benign and then screwed it up. So this was a big foobar from the get-go. The Planning Commission has been terrible about this. I wanted to be involved in this. They wouldn't call me. They wouldn't give me the time of day. So I didn't have any public aspect on that. Out of the ranges, I've probably, you learn more than just firearm safety out of the ranges. I've been a firearms range master and everything else. And like the range, I've seen people, everybody's clear, and everybody's going down, and you're going down, and you got this guy over here fiddling around with a scope. Boom, back off the rifle. And that takes care of it. The other things you learn about is you're talking to other fellow shooters, and you learn about the Second Amendment. You learn about tricks for shooting. You learn a whole lot of different things. So it's an educational thing. It's not just going out shooting. You're going out there and you're learning. As far as the gentleman that was talking about putting it in the core, and I agree with the gentleman that says no amendments on this repeal, but Houston is, wouldn't say Houston's core, but when they tried to do a firing range up there, that was shot down. And so this isn't something that just has to be, out at Houston. I would love to go out and shoot at Talkeetna. I don't have the gas money. It's almost $5 a gallon now. At the price of ammo today, you don't even shoot any. I can't even shoot anymore because I can't afford to buy the ammo because it's like 25, 30, 40 bucks a box. So, but when I do want to go out and shoot, I don't want to have to drive all the way up to Talkeetna. So I call upon, I'm so pleased to be able to finally have, hopefully, a friendly assembly that can reverse the total stupidity of the previous assembly and repeal this bad boy. Thank you.
David Miller.
Yeah, my name is David Miller. I'd like to address the Borough Assembly and Mayor really briefly. Thank you for your time. I would support the full repeal of the ordinance mentioned with no amendments. And I'd also like to thank you, Lonnie McKechnie, for a smile after a few of the claps, and you took that well. We are going to be favorable to those things, and we recognize that sometimes we want to keep order, but it's okay to let things happen. And so no offense, and we're having some fun. So hope everybody has a good night and that this thing does get fully repealed. Thank you.
Ron Johnson.
Madam Mayor, Assembly members, and staff, my name is Ron Johnson. I'm a resident of Butte, and I'm here to support the full repeal, not the amendment, of the shooting sports ordinance. I spent over a decade with the NRA Foundation right here in the Mat-Su raising money. We funded lots of programs for women and children. Our mantra was for a while, if mama shoots, the whole family shoots. So we supported programs to teach women and children to shoot. And we looked around one day and we said, well, wait a minute. We can't complete the process of educating women, children, young men shooting without ranges. And I'm going to tell you what, I have been very dismayed over the years watching this assembly thwart efforts after effort after effort to get shooting ranges, more shooting ranges here in the Mat-Su. We need more shooting ranges in order to educate, and an educated person is a safe person, I'm telling you. Statistics prove that. Kids that are involved in shooting sports are less apt to be involved in drugs and other nefarious activities. And I do not support any amendment to this. You talk about the core area. Here's one thing. You've got to have a range that's got to be accessible. Point McKenzie would be a nice place to have a range, but that's a long ways to go. If you remember several years ago, Mayor Vern Ruprecht wanted to put a range alongside the Menard Sports Center. Modern range development is completely safe. There's noise containment. There's total bullet entrapment. The United States Air Force, which I'm a proud veteran from, we run shooting ranges right alongside runways where you have multi-million-dollar aircraft running. Do you think that that the Air Force would allow unsafe ranges? We can do it safely. So I urge you to repeal this amendment totally. No amendment, or this ordinance, no amendments. We need ranges close to home where we can get our kids shooting. So thank you.
Thank you, Brian and Niddle.
Brian Endel. I'm your true conservative candidate for Mat-Su Borough Assembly District 1. Thank you, Madam Mayor, Assembly, and staff, and Mr. Manager. Appreciate the time to speak. I was against this ordinance when it came before, and while I was running for Assembly. I'm against it now, and I'd like to see this repealed. This ordinance came forth from a liberal assembly, and it didn't solve the problem which it was created to do. It really has no place here. I also want to speak to the Planning Commission. See, I served on the Planning Commission. Mayor DeVilbiss had asked me to serve on the Planning Commission for 3 years, and I did. And during that time, I saw permits, and that's what we made decisions on, permits coming to us. But I saw changes in ordinances and other material which basically change the permitting process. So the permitting process, basically you have a set of criteria and the planning commissioners look at it and they make a decision. When you enter in gray area, which the Liberal Assembly working with the planning department did, they moved gray area into there. They actually changed the permitting process to some extent, where now it wasn't like it was before. And if you leave this ordinance in place and modify it, you allow for that same kind of trap to happen. And this is a trap. We need to get rid of it. I thank you for your time.
Okay, Donna Anthony.
Good evening, Assembly. Madam Mayor, thank you for letting me come here and speak. My name is Donna Anthony, D-O-N-N-A-A-N-T-H-O-N-Y. I am born and raised here in Alaska, and I live here in Palmer. I'm the owner of Point Blank Farms and Self-Defense Training since 2015. I have over 20 years of law enforcement experience with the Sheriff's Department, Palmer Police, the Alaska State Trooper, DEA Drug Task Force. I'm currently police chief of a department here in the Valley. I am certified law enforcement firearms instructor, NRA instructor, UTM, simunitions instructor, and training counselor for USCCA. I'll provide you with my CVA because my training experience is very long. I'm sad to say we do not have enough shooting ranges in the great state of Alaska. It's very sad. We have about 70% of Alaskans owning guns, and we're lacking ranges for our youth, community members, hunters, and to train safely. In 2019, we filed for nonprofit status for Point Blank Firearms USA. In here will be all the information on the nonprofit. This took months to get the nonprofit status. The Point Blank team worked very hard on the future of the shooting range for the Mat-Su Valley. And in the last 2 years ago, the Mat-Su Assembly passed Ordinance 1768. This crushed our hopes, our dreams, and building something amazing for this community, especially for our youth programs. Originally, this ordinance was brought to the Assembly because of a complaint, people shooting on their own property, possibly in an unsafe manner. Again, this was private property. At no time did this complaint have anything to do with a business running a shooting facility in an unsafe manner or a noise complaint. Knowing this, what authority did the Assembly have creating this ordinance against shooting range facilities? This ordinance has not stopped or solved any of the problems of people shooting in an unsafe manner on their own property or gravel pits. Here's what should have happened with this complaint. The complaint should have been called into the police department and then complain about somebody shooting in an unsafe manner. An officer would respond, conduct an investigation. An officer during his or her investigation, if they find somebody shooting in an unsafe manner, we would charge that person under a statute 1161 for misconduct involving a weapon. And there's several different degrees, depending on what had happened. It is my understanding that law enforcement arrived to the specific incident 3 times, did not find any criminal violations. Instead, a group of people in the neighborhood got together and came to the borough and they asked for an ordinance. What I find interesting is that the borough created an ordinance against shooting ranges who were never involved with this incident in the first place. There's absolutely no common sense behind creating ordinance against all shooting ranges in the Mat-Su Valley, or future ones. Once again, this has not solved the original issue. People shooting on private property. I'm asking you to repeal this. This makes absolutely no sense. This was a private property issue, and you guys created an ordinance on shooting ranges. Thank you for your time.
Jerry Heckel? Jerry Heckel? Okay. Earl Lackey?
Mayor DeFreeze, Assembly. I'm Earl Lackey, President of Matt Valley Sportsman Shooting Range. And I'm just here at this point with all of the statements that you've heard already. I'm representing our 1,700 members of our shooting range, and we fully support the repeal of 1768. And I guess that says it all. Thank you.
Thanks.
Enjoy the evening.
Thanks, Lou. John Briggs. John Briggs.
Madam Mayor, Assembly members, thank you again. My name is Jonah Briggs. I've been safely shooting since I was sometime in grade school, and I've learned a great deal, met amazing people, and sharpened my character over the years. I'm here to urge you to fully repeal MSB 17.68 without any amendments whatsoever. I do not want to be represented by plagiarism with what she was talking about with using NRA rhetoric. As you're aware, an informed society is a safer society. With your vote to repeal MSB 1768, you will allow the people, new firearm owners, the youth, and other people in the community more opportunity to teach and train safe handling and appreciation of firearms. With more access and therefore more informed citizens, we are creating a space for a safer and informed community. I personally don't feel like we are doing our part to facilitate opportunity to help new shooters if we restrict our citizenry to safely practice better shooting skills. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Blake Waterman.
I appreciate your time. My family's been here since the early 50s. I like what everybody said. I remember when I was a young adult, we were actually able to bring our guns to school so long as we turned them in. And I don't have a calculated guess of, I think we had a lot less gun crimes. So I think that this is not a good decision. If we teach people how to use guns, in my belief, there will be more of people wanting to be able to protect the gun rights. So I'm against it. So that's all I have to say.
Sir, would you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Blake Waterman.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, Matt Wynn. Matt Wynn, okay. And then I'll just, maybe for helping it to move a little bit quick, the next person is Mark Troutman. Go ahead, sir.
Madam Mayor and Assembly, my name is Matt Wynn. I live in Wasilla. I'm a lifelong gun advocate, precision shooter, and a combat veteran. Also a healthcare worker here in the Valley. I'm in favor of repealing with no amendments this piece of communist filth ordinance 22-001. You know, it's embarrassing that we live in Alaska and are so limited to places to go and shoot. You know, we're living in a time when every day we're losing more and more rights. In the last 2 years, we've seen people be silenced on social media entirely, including our own former president, but I digress, and others being forced to take experimental shot or lose their job. That being said, we should not be limiting our ability to practice our constitutional right to keep and bear arms. That right was put into place so that we have a fighting chance to protect our life and liberty. If we are unable to have proper facilities to train, we're not going to be very safe or effective with our weapons. Please repeal this ordinance, no amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. Then after Mark is John Suter.
Mark Troutman. I'm a 63-year resident of Alaska and a 40-year resident of the borough. I'm a retired state trooper. And I am married to a judge, and I did play a recording, and I will play it for you again if you would like. But a week ago, Mr. Yunt made a statement at the Planning Commission Borough Assembly meeting that he felt that in the next 20 years or so, there'd be more population in the borough than there is in Anchorage. So if that's the case, there's going to be a lot of houses out here. And with a lot of houses, that means people are going to, somebody builds a $400,000 house and somebody comes in next door and puts it in a shooting range, you think you're not going to have complaints? I'm against repealing this. I think with more complaints, you're going to have more problems. I mean, if you don't repeal this ordinance, because eventually you guys are going to be gone. The problem is not going to go away. And somebody else is going to write the ordinance. So that's about all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. John Suter.
Yes, my name's John Suter. And yes, repeal, repeal, repeal. Having the students from this area travel to Birchwood with all this land here, and you can't have a gun range for them, that's ridiculous. We all know that there's literally thousands of guns everywhere, and it's much better to have people shoot in a controlled area, which is a gun range, and just out in the woods here and there and everywhere. People are going to shoot with a gun range or without a gun range. And I'd much rather have people shoot at a controlled area of a gun range. Having artificially prohibitive cost in development of a gun range is not common sense. And as we know in society today, it seems like common sense is illegal. We need to bring common sense back. And imagine we don't have a city dump and people, we know what happened? Trash everywhere, dead end street, vacant lots, and so forth. That's why it's so important to have a controlled trash dump. Have a gun range is controlled shooting. I'd much rather have people, they're going to shoot one way or the other. I'd much rather have them shoot in a controlled area of a gun range. And making it prohibitive cost to develop a gun range is not common sense. We should have access for the people in a controlled gun range that's not prohibitive cost to develop. And I really feel for the students to not have to go to Birchwood, travel that time when there's all this land here. There's got to be a place for them. And making a development of a gun range at prohibitive costs is not common sense, not good for them, not good for the people. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Jackie, and then B, you are after Jackie.
Madam Mayor, members of the Assembly, my name is Jackie Ivy Goforth, and until 2017, the most dangerous thing I ever wielded was a typewriter. I'm Jackie Ivy, the romance writer. And at that point, my husband did really strange things like buy generators and get food storage and all this stuff. And when I asked him what the heck was going on, he said, we needed to prepare. Okay, we needed to prepare. And I went to prove him wrong. And within about a year of trying to research and prove him wrong, I found out that I needed to prepare too. And I became the owner of 4 guns. Now, I knew my limitations. And so I actually hired Seth Shacklett. I hired Seth Shacklett to train me, okay? I know how to take apart my AR-15 and put it back together and oil it. I know how to do my 9mm. I know how to do everything. Seth took me out to a shooting range. Was it Mod Road? Okay, he took me out to the shooting range at Mod Road. I couldn't find Mod Road again if I wanted to. I'm serious. We need more gun ranges that people like me can find and figure out by ourselves so I don't have to hire Shaq again to show me how to reshoot my guns. I'm serious. I fully support repealing 1768. It is a huge inroad on the Second Amendment rights that the government should never have taken in the first place. Thank you.
B. Rubright is so. Yeah, there we come. You want to use that one or you want the other? There we go.
Madam Mayor, I need to ask for license for just a moment. I would like a question answered so I can do my finish. It's some information that hasn't been addressed here that not one single person has brought up. And start my time after this question, if you would allow me to ask that, please.
We don't generally allow any discourse between, so.
Well, I'll
Go
ask
ahead.
the question and I'll try to wrap in a closing to it anyway. Maybe someone can answer it after I'm finished. Can I start
Yeah.
my 2 minutes now?
We
then?
we
Sorry.
know where to find you, so we'll get you the
Okay.
answer.
The question is, what will happen if we repeal this completely now? I mean, does it go then to just a single permit process? I want to know what happens after we repeal this. So I don't know what was going on before exactly. It probably was a permit process. But anyway, to go on with it, I want to thank you, Mr. Tu and Mr. Sumner, for this very carefully and concisely economy of words ordinance, which says it all. So it needs to be repealed because one size does not fit all. I agree with everyone that has said their part here tonight that was against or is for this ordinance, for repealing it, because I am for the repealing of this ordinance in its entirety. And the major point is for safety, which is apparently why the Planning Commission chose to do this. But as it's been pointed out, that we need many gun ranges and we need them here in this core area before it gets even more densely populated. That is paramount. That is what we need. And I expect that as soon as we have this call for the question, I'm hoping that I can donate my time and money to all these organizations that are going to pop up and build these gun ranges right now while we have the chance to. So I'm just going to go on with just a little bit of the ridiculousness of this one size fits all. And as far as the cost, that's already been addressed. So many things have been addressed, but the other portion of the one size does not fit all is also the different types of gun ranges. I mean, that has been addressed. Like, you know, you might have just a little black powder club over here, you know, did they really need 1,000 feet either way when their shots are only going, 50 feet? How about the shotgun range where I can't even hit my mailbox across there, even when you have your walking? If under this current ordinance, like if you had a walking shotgun range like Grouse Ridge, I mean, you would need to have like 5 football fields or something if every line of fire was each point where they were stopping to shoot. So, the whole cost of it and the fact that it doesn't take in consideration all different kinds of gun ranges and all the variables. And then, of course, there's the decibel problem, and we have never seen any information. It didn't come up about the decibels and the amount of distance and all kinds of variables and bafflings that can be done to keep that down. So therefore you could have a smaller parcel. So that there's a lot of difficulties with this. Just wanted to point that out. And as I said, I'm waiting for the question to be called so I can go ahead and volunteer my services. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the audience that hasn't had a chance to testify, either for or against this ordinance repeal? Yes, come forth, sir. Yeah.
Good evening. My name is Neil Moss.
Hi.
Thanks for giving me a minute to speak here. I didn't sign up, so I like to speak last. I was against this ordinance when it was passed. I was pretty vocal about it back then, too. It was passed against the will of the people. There were overwhelming non-support for it, but the assembly at the time passed it anyway. So This community is in desperate need of safe places to shoot. I mean, it's a critical issue. We have people being injured. It wasn't too many years ago, somebody was shot riding their four-wheeler up in Houston by a stray bullet. I don't know what the outcome of that was, if they ever caught the guy who did it, but that's not the point. The point is he was shot just riding by with his wife on the back of his four-wheeler. Under the existing ordinance, nobody is going to build a range. There's just too many restrictions. It's not financially, not sure what the word I wanted. The bottom line is nobody's going to do it. They're not going to go to the expense. Nobody will go to the expense to build an unsafe range. They wouldn't be able to get it insured. I'm talking about a commercial range now. So I think the assembly should be encouraging range development, not putting restrictions on it. There's enough restrictions. Insurance companies have restrictions. The NRA has restrictions. There's enough out there. There's enough guidelines to how to build a safe range correctly. I encourage the assembly to repeal this ordinance, and furthermore, an issue of this magnitude should be put before the voters of the community and not left to the whim of the Planning Commission and the assembly. It's not your job. Thank you.
There was somebody that wanted to testify back. Yeah, come on. Yeah, and then you. Yeah.
For those who don't recognize me now, I'm LD Howard, a little shy in the beard now. The new grooming standards dictate that now I have to shave a little more. My wife loves it, but you know, what am I going to do? I was going to come up here and talk and go over, especially with Point Blank. I'm a PR and marketing director for Point Blank Firearms Academy. I was going to go over our Houston project, a bunch of other stuff, but to be honest, I'd rather just go over how much more of an honor this has been to get involved in my community, to get other people fired up, to see Alaskans come together and stand against things such as this. For those who don't know, I moved up here 5 years ago from Oregon. We made this decision because of the state of the affairs in that state. I wanted a place to raise my children. We chose Alaska out of all of them. Actually, I was leaning towards Wyoming, to be completely honest, but Alaska ended up the one moving us up here, and we do not regret 1 minute of it. I've made amazing friends, actually more like family. I'm a very, very blessed man. But I will say, getting involved in the public process has been educational here. It's a lot different than what I'm used to. But getting out the vote this last election was crucial. I think we still have a few more votes coming up this year that we need to deal with what happened 2 years ago, but we'll work on that. We have the infrastructure, we have the right people involved. But again, this has just been an honor to meet everyone who's been in the trenches with us and stood up and took time out of their day, took time away from their family to do all the many things to fight for our freedoms, especially our Second and First Amendment. So I'm grateful for all of you. I'm grateful for all the fun times, for the barbecue out front here. For me now, I'm short 2 guns that I donated in auctions. But again, this has been an honor. I'm very, very grateful to be here. I'm very grateful to be a member of this community. I know some people aren't happy about it, but most people are. I highly encourage you guys to full repeal, no amendments. And I will echo what Neil Moss said. I think this is actually one of the first questions I posed in the very, very first meeting when this all went down. I said, if the assembly is so confident that this is the will of the people or the best thing for this borough, why not put it as a vote to the people? I'll give you one guess of why not. They know how it would have been. There was many, many news articles posted with me holding 2 folders up. One was green, one was red. I had over 600 petitions. Actually, gun rights, other organizations stepped in, got 1,000 now, saying, please don't do it. We had less than 100 saying, please do it, and still to be ignored. So again, like I said, it's been an honor to get involved in my community. It's been an honor to serve and to help with any of you guys and to become friends and everything like that. And I demand you guys repeal this. No amendments. Let's move on. Let's get on to more important things in our community. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Glenn Sharp. I live in the Matsu Borough. In reference to what's going on with repealing this, there's a common theme is there needs to be more shooting ranges apparently in the valley here. But I believe a full repeal of this is kind of a little bit of oversight on what this intended to do, perhaps. The original proposal indicated it was for safety. In the repeal for this original proposal, it doesn't mention anything about improving safety. It only mentions that it's not a blanket type effect for the entire borough. I think it could be modified. I think the borough assembly can do more to try to look at finding places for shooting ranges, commercial. I know that they're talking about a proposal for a shooting range for the youth shotgun club. And I think that's a worthwhile endeavor. But I think that rather than just shutting and repealing this whole thing down, a modification might be more in order. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that, yeah, okay, all right, then come on up.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and also Assembly members. My name's Loy Thurman. I've just been recently elected to District 30, of which I appreciate their vote, and thank you. Everybody has said so many things that are so great that are here. If you start writing them down, which I hope that y'all were, it's huge, the amount of things that have been stated. I think one of the key things that hadn't been brought up is the question is, are we Alaskans? I mean, is this Connecticut? I mean, what the heck? I mean, this blows me away. I'm originally from Texas, and this boy, we used to go to the farmer's, land. We'd say, can I hunt on your land and stuff like that and stuff. I'm also a little bit concerned, even if we're talking about the ranges, which yes, I do believe that we should. I think it's imperative. But the portion is, are we going to then just restrict it that you can only shoot your guns, in these ranges? That begins to concern the Second Amendment right. That's to be able to have a militia, a well-trained militia. And if things don't change, it might be very essential that people do know how to handle those firearms into the future. These freedoms that are beginning to slip through our fingers, that little people, and I won't call you little people, but all of a sudden get a dictatorial noodle and beat people to death with their little rules and their little regulations that they feel self-empowered to be able to rule over as little minor dictators or Napoleons. So it's the people's rights, and these are being encroached. And one of the reasons why the other nations of Russia and China fear us the most is because of all the guns that are in the public's hand, that they know that it's greater than any armies that are out there. And so to even begin to think of infringing upon that, the first one was the freedom of speech and also of religion in the First Amendment. And the second one, to back that up, was to be able to bear arms will not be encroached, because they knew if you can't back up that, then you have no freedom of speech. And you have also the reason why our nation was formed was freedom of religion. And freedom of religion is your thought, of which we're already seeing that so grossly encroached upon by Zuckerberg and Google and the rest of the whole Mawat. So those are some of the key points there. I do think that that in the design of these, that you could put bunkers or whatever to make sure maybe they're in a valley so that the sound doesn't attenuate out would be another factor. Putting them in buildings would be another thing. That's a possibility. I know the Air Force said that they put theirs out there next to the runways. I don't think I'd be so high on that as a pilot. But maybe I'll need to kick in some money in this process too of helping to build some of them as well. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone else that would like to address this? Yeah, oh yeah, come. Mhm.
Hi, Mayor Edna and everybody else up there. Thank you for taking the time to come out and listen to us. But my name's Nellie Hanasak, Hanousk. And I'm coming in the point of view of an actual person who just received a gun for a gift for Christmas for safety reasons. And I can't say it's my first gun because that's a lie. I had my first gun, BB gun, I should say, when I was 7. And I was taught how to use it, and I learned how to use it well, and I was a good shot. But, you know, all these years of not having a gun and receiving a gun, it's a little bit intimidating, right? Because you want to be able to use it and use it safely. And I was shown how to use it, but I think that's a lot different than going out there in a safe environment, in a controlled environment, and learning how to physically use it. You can run it by in your head a lot of times, but when actuality comes through and you're in a safety situation where maybe there's an intruder or, you know, you're protecting your property, or a bear or a moose or anything else, you have to learn to use it properly. And it's really hard to find a location. There's so many people out there that want to come to the valley, and they fill up all these spaces. So it's really hard to get out there and get an appointment or go in and use one of the facilities because they're so shorthanded. You know, there's not enough out there. And we're the valley, and we're the America. So, you know, we need, you know, it's our Second Amendment right. And I think we should just be able to do that here. So it's coming from a standpoint of a mother and now a widow who needs to be able to do this correctly and safely and have people show me how to do it to where I'm not scared, right? I appreciate your time. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, Caleb, how many do we have? All right, go ahead. For the people online.
My name is Beverly Cutler, Cutler, and I'd like to begin by saying, you know, it's remarkable to me that I think both sides, so to speak, want the same thing here. And that is that it always was about safe gun ranges for Mat-Su. I'm really impressed with the testimony of all the people explaining that the way the ordinance comes across, at least, it seems like it puts a very high burden to satisfy those requirements on a lot of people who would like to have help develop a shooting range that would be educational, nonprofit, or commercial, which is what the ordinance addresses. I often wonder tonight, listening, how many people have really read the ordinance and how many assembly members have actually read it, because it's not about preventing gun ranges from being in the Mat-Su. It's all about safe gun ranges. I would suggest that the borough consider forming a commission similar to boards we have, like the Ag Advisory Board and Aviation Board. Have a board meet and develop standards that this ordinance could be amended to reflect, that would provide exactly for what this audience is asking for. I would also like to add that the problem that admittedly my neighborhood experienced when we approached Mr. Strawn in the borough many, many years ago to try to get some regulation of ordinances was not just neighbors unhappy with each other. And I'm going to illustrate that in a moment. But this is nothing about, the ordinance does not prevent people at all from sighting in rifles in their backyards or doing a little skeet shoot in their backyard, as long as you have sufficient room to do it without endangering other people, obviously, or if you're in the core area, there might be noise issues. the situation that developed this was in fact an emerging commercial range. Somebody who had a gun shop in Wasilla on property near us that didn't have a residence on it started developing a range, multiple targets, and having people from the gun shop come up, try out their guns, and have some shooting contests. Now, admittedly, that's not a giant range, but it's still a range and still jeopardized public safety, privacy, et cetera, for the entire neighborhood, and people were concerned about it. So I'd really like to push on our thoughtful assembly members that there are solutions here, and we all want the same thing.
Thank you.
Just safe gun ranges for Matsu. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person online, please.
Hi, my name is Tracy Boyle, and I just wanted to go on the record and state that I'm in favor of a full repeal. I do understand that the whole point is for safe gun ranges. The problem is the process is so cumbersome and expensive, like Neil Moss was saying earlier, and Donna Anthony touched on, to get through the process, that they won't do it or can't do it, especially for a nonprofit like Alaska Yes that teaches so many of our youth gun safety. I would much prefer to also be able to shoot within my community, and I find it ridiculous that I have to drive to Birchwood to go do that with their equipment that we don't have out here. You're asking Alaskans in the fastest growing area of the state to go to a handful of ranges. And again, I know you're not saying that they can't be opened at all. The problem is that you're making it difficult for that to happen. So I'm in support of a repeal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have another person online? No, that's all we have online. Okay. So I'll come back one more time to those in the audience here. Anyone that hasn't testified that would like to? Okay, I'm sorry. I think you've testified already, sir. Do you have something new?
No, the thing is what I wanted to say, that I'm be on record too.
Okay.
To appeal that whole ordinance. And I don't want to see that on the one hand, you develop in the future gun ranges and then outlaw shooting on my private property, because there's a word in it, it's private. So long I'm not in danger anybody, I want to shoot on it, right? I may not shoot all day long, but I want to have that right. So I don't want that we get pushed out from our homes who live on 5 or 10 or 40 acres, cannot shoot anymore just because you're providing an infrastructure as a gun range. So I think infrastructure for a place like we live in, that is like a soccer field, like the sports complex, and also I would say it involves regulated gun ranges. I don't think they need to be all commercial, right? People like us should be able to use, like Mott Road. It's really a nice facility, but if somebody is not from here, he will never find it. There's no signage on it. It's like a scary road. People think they end maybe in Mud Lake or so. So it's really, I think that's what needs to be done, that we also put the signage out and say, hey, here, that's where you can go. That's all.
Can I have you state your name for the record this time? again,
Frank
sir?
Sieler, Sihlel.
Thank you, sir. Okay, one last time. Okay. Oh, we have somebody online now? Okay, good. Thanks, Caleb, for getting my attention. Go ahead, who's online?
Hi, my name's Betty Beers. I'm a longtime resident of the borough. And I think that, yes, we do need more gun ranges, and everyone who testified tonight should have one right next to them. Because without regulations, that's what you're going to have. I agree. We need safe gun ranges, but we have people here who've spent the money and developed them. And the Matsu Borough is either in business or it isn't. And if somebody wants to come and develop a gun range, I think that's great. But you cannot, I think it's wrong to change the rules in midstream for the people who came before and now open it up for other people who don't have to pay the same investment. So yes, we do need something, but I don't think repealing this ordinance without a substitute is going to satisfy anybody. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Ready? Oh, okay.
My name is John Miller. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Assembly. Just a quick thought. We live in a neighborhood that has covenants. Covenants you can, at one time we allowed horses and then people said, no, we don't want horses in our neighborhood. So the neighbors got together and said, let's get away, do away with horses. There's a number of things that neighbors can do in their subdivisions to make that environment the way they want it to be. We've had, we got an airstrip there. Some people wanted the airplanes to go on the road. As neighbors, we come together, vote on it, change the covenants, and so it's neighborhoods that can control their environment. If you don't want to have a gun range next door to you, your neighborhood get together and say, we don't want to have a gun range in our neighborhood. It's as simple as that. And the borough doesn't have much to say about it anyway. So a lot of these people are complaining about in the future, we're going to have gun ranges next to every house or next to, no, covenants, would take care of that. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Okay, one more last chance. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing, and Assemblyperson 2, would you?
I move to adopt ordinance 22-001.
Okay, is there discussion? Yes, Assemblyperson Yant.
Thank you, Mayor. So there's a few things I'd like to touch on tonight that that really irked me about this legislation in the beginning, and I spoke to them before being elected. I really was compelled to run for public office for two reasons. The first was to prevent the Matsu Borough from becoming a first-class government. I don't believe any government should have the right to tell you to wear masks or get shots. It's a decision that should be made at home, and anybody that does get those, I fully respect that, but the government should have a say. It should not have a say. The second reason was to prevent 17.68 from passing. Unfortunately, I was late to the party and it was adopted the meeting before I was up here, or Moki, right? What bothers me the most about this legislation, we already have, if the Matsu Borough doesn't have legislation, believe me, the EPA still has authority. So why do we need to talk about it? If you open a gun range shooting over the waters, they did it in Sitkin. Guess what? EPA came in and they made them make adjustments. They can no longer use lead shot. They have to use steel, right? So why do we need to why do we need to, I guess, try to enforce something the EPA already does, right? So safety, this pertains to commercial ranges. You can't get insurance, as mentioned before. You can't get insurance on a range if you're a business if you don't have a safe plan anyway. So what really bothered me, what I feel like this legislation was in place to do was control the noise. And so I want to speak on behalf of that. I spoke on behalf of it, like I said, as just a normal citizen and not an assembly member before, but a loud conversation is 90 to 95 decibels. A lawnmower is approximately 96. Motorcycles and ATVs, 96 to 100. A garbage truck, farm trailer, ambulance siren, and outboard motors are around 100. Leaf blowers and snow machines, 115. Crying babies and car horns, 110. Generators, 116. Chainsaws and thunder, 120. I believe if this legislation, parts of it had came forth before, without the noise, it might have stood the test of time, because there are things in here already you have to do to open a gun range, right? The problem is that they tried to point it so far in one direction that it would stop people. I meant to bring, I'm going hard of hearing in one ear, and I got to use my hands to build houses. So I have a Bluetooth made by Bose, so I can use my hands while I work and still take phone calls, right? It's $388. Could you imagine how expensive it would be to open a gun range and try to keep it down to 90 decibels? That's why we haven't seen any. Someone spoke earlier, one of the people that testified, saying it's not fair to the people that have already went through the process. We have not approved a gun range since this was passed. Nobody has done it because it's too expensive. And so obviously we know how I'm going to vote. I already said that. I'm not a professional government person. I am still learning how to do this. I have two pieces of legislation on the agenda tonight. One to try to increase the property tax exemption for seniors and disabled vets, and the other to set lifetime term limits for this position that I sit in, as well as the mayor's. I don't think anybody should be able to serve for life, right? If either one of those pass tonight, they still have to be ratified by the voters, right? Just because we as a body decide that we should have term limits, or because we as a body decide that the senior tax exemption should be larger, doesn't make the law of the land. The voters have to ratify it. So I'd like to make everyone aware that on the next agenda in 2 weeks, I plan on sponsoring an ordinance that says any assembly ordinances dealing with the discharge of firearms have to be approved by the voters. I plan on doing this by changing the code and amending it under Mat-Su-Borough 1.1.3 regulation of firearms and knives. Any ordinance regulating firearms or knives in accordance with AS 2935-145 will not take effect unless ratified by the voters. That's all I got.
Further discussion by assembly people? Assemblyperson Nowers?
I have a question for staff and then just some comments, but my question for staff was, there was a person who had asked what happens if this is repealed. So I don't know if that's an easy question to answer. It may depend where it's located, but if somebody wants to come along and put a gun range, maybe there's a different answer for the core area versus non-core area. What happens if this is repealed?
Go ahead, sir.
Madam Mayor, thank you. We just go back to how it was prior to 2020, where you can basically put a shooting range anywhere you want in the borough. We do have still the core area, which has regulations for noise. So if some use, no matter what the use is, exceeds the noise thresholds within the core area, they have to get a core area conditional use permit. Other than that, they can just go anywhere they want.
And one quick follow-up question. When you pick the guidelines that you tried to pick for this ordinance, that was, you looked to the NRA guidelines for best practices for ranges in terms of developing what was put in front of us. Is that correct?
Yeah, we pulled from a lot of different sources, but certainly the NRA guidelines was something that we did look at that offered guidance on how to build good ranges, safe ranges. Correct.
Okay. I have some comments, but if somebody else has questions, I can make those
Okay,
after.
and we're getting some, if you could speak more closely into the mic. That's right, thank you. Any other discussion? Yeah, Assemblyperson McKee?
Yeah. First of all, the gentleman who mentioned George McKee being part of a liberal assembly, I think he would be very amused at that. My last 3 gifts from my husband, the romantic man that he is, have been guns. I get a couple pistols and a rifle, and so, he's a shooting guy. I think there were a couple of ladies that said things that I really agreed with. Beverly Cutler was one, and Betty Beers was another. I think everybody's trying to head for the same thing, to get availability of shooting ranges in this place. but at the same time to have the safety to make it so that it's going to work. I remember Georgia and I took our two boys out one year, 4th of July. We drove all day long in the hot sun looking for a shooting range. We couldn't find one. So to think that he or I would be against that is absurd. But as Ms. Nowers was saying, if it's repealed, then what? In fact, Cutler said, both sides want the same thing. You have to address it. Maybe a commission's a good idea. And Beers said repealing without a substitute. That's kind of scary. So just without, yeah, well, it is. I'm just saying, you got to have something that's going to govern it some way. It's just, this ain't the Wild West. I've been here longer than you have, or probably anybody in this room. It is not the Wild West. We have to make places available, because that is going to ensure more gun safety. But we've got to do it in such a way that the ranges themselves are safe. And if we can accomplish that, shoot, put in 42 of them. I don't care. I don't even look at it as a Second Amendment problem. Nobody's saying don't shoot. They're just saying make it so it's going to work. Maybe the NRA, the first lady that testified, was talking about how restrictive they are and how we were plagiarizing and all that sort of thing. It's been a real eye opener for me to listen to what you're saying. So we got to have something, though. You can't just say, yeehaw, let's go. And they start popping up like gravel pits that we're going to be talking about later. So I'm all for it. Let's have a lot of them. But we got to make sure that they're going to accomplish what we need. What it's, as Cutler said, we look like we're looking for the same thing. So thank you.
Assemblyperson Mark, go ahead.
I'm in full support to repeal this. And I think the borough, at some time, we just had a planning meeting with the assembly, and a lot of that was on zoning. Well, maybe we should have 4 or 5 parcels picked out, because in the future, we're going to need those spots for gun ranges. So I think that should come up here in the near future.
Something on the table, huh? Assemblyperson Yount, did you have?
Yeah, I'd like to add a few things, since I think since Ms. McKee and Ron spoke. So sorry. So I'd like to add a few more things since these guys spoke. I do believe the people that spoke against repealing this would love to see safe gun ranges. The issue is that there was mechanisms in place for that before. There's covenants on land. There's the EPA already exists. There's the core area noise permit or whatever, right? Like, you can't start a gun range in the core area with the noise over a certain level anyway. So it's not that if you want to have a commercial one, you got to get insurance. I could go on all night. We had those safety nets in place prior to this. What worries me the most about this legislation, as I mentioned, is who do we go after next? Home builders, construction workers, crying babies, lawnmowers. I mean, I'll tell you, I live on Wasilla Lake, and there's quite a few flight service companies that operate off that lake, and it's very loud, right? Sound travels across water. Do we go after them next? I hope not, because I think they're all awesome, but that's my concern with this. Where do we stop? And so if we're only singling out one group, that's some very dangerous, territory to get into. And to me, that does feel like a major infringement on our Second Amendment rights if we're only singling out one group. And like I mentioned, I never wanted to see it pass in the first place. I want to make sure, someone mentioned earlier, it'll just be passed by the next assembly. I'm going to try to make it so that if it is, it's got to be ratified by the voters. So I don't know. I'd like to see a full repeal with no amendments. That's all I have.
Okay. Any other further discussion from any of the assembly? Yes.
Madam Mayor? So, I suppose as a home builder, I would say that I think it's indisputable that most people do not want to live next door to a shooting range. Unquestionably, it would be bad for my business if I was building in a residential subdivision and somebody constructed a shooting range next door. But you know, and for most people, their home is their largest investment and asset that they'll have in their lifetime. Now, that being said, I've opposed this ordinance since the beginning because I believe that it actually will make things less safe, that we do need to encourage ranges. But I would hope that anybody that constructed them would have the sense not to construct them next to a residential subdivision. You know, there is certainly a conflict of land use there. I think it'd be ill-advised on their part to make a substantial investment, you know, somewhere where they may face future regulatory risk.
Thank you.
But you know, Wasilla actually has a shooting range ordinance. They've had it for quite some time. Nobody's particularly upset about that, and I think it's not unreasonable to have restrictions in high density areas. You know, if you open one in a shooting range in Central Park, I'm no doubt, even without any government restriction, itself would operate at a far higher standard than even what we passed, because they would be substantially at risk in their investment and would be subject to lawsuits and what have you. So, while I think that we must do a full repeal of this ordinance, I don't believe that it's completely wrong to have operating restrictions, you know, in high density areas. I don't know what that would look like, but and I don't know that it's absolutely necessary, because I kind of believe that for most people with sense are not going to make a large investment in a conflicting land use area, and you know, and they're certainly not going to build a range that's unsafe, or at least if they do, they're not going to be operating a range for very long. So I've always been more laissez-faire, I suppose, and let the market sort it out. But you know, I'm cognizant of the economic harm that can be caused by folks in a subdivision that has a range constructed next to it. I do believe we need to repeal this.
Okay, Assemblyperson McKee, I think, did you want to say something before?
I do. I wanted to ask Mr. Strawn, I understand you're a gun guy, but yet that was, that it failed. What are your major reasons? What were the commission's major reasons? Maybe you said them, and it's been a long night, for wanting this to stand. Let me just say to everybody, I'm all for more gun ranges. Let's do this. But why did you guys say no?
So I'm not on the planning commission. Well, technically I'm an ex officio planning commission member, so I can't. Thank you. So the planning commission voted 5-1 to not pass a resolution that I had prepared for them for approval, to recommend approval of this ordinance. Unfortunately, they did not adopt anything further to sort of give reasoning as to the reason why they did not pass that resolution. So I can't speak for them as to their reasoning. Later on in the meeting, I got up. I wasn't actually sitting at the dais. I was out in the back of the room, and I did get up and say, you know, you really should adopt something to sort of explain, provide an explanation. Most of them are fairly new on the commission, and I think in the future, on different types of matters like this, they will adopt something to give reasoning, but they just didn't do it for this particular one.
I'm listening to Mr. Sumner, and I love the words hope and belief, but I have a long history in labor law, and hope and belief is trumped by law every time. So I just get kind of scared when we say we hope and believe people won't do that kind of silly stuff. That kind of scares me. So I'm just saying, I think it's a wonderful idea to do what we want to do and have all of these ranges. I wish I'd have had them 20 years ago when my kids and I were looking around for them, but there's sure got to be some sort of regulation. I thought that's really pretty much all I have to say on about. I'm for repealing this because I think it's too strict, and for the reasons that this young lady was talking about before. And you can't just take the NRA and plunk it down here and say it's going to work here or everywhere. I really agree with that, but I sure hope we proceed carefully. Thank you.
Assemblyperson Ron, did you have some comments? Okay. Okay.
My hand up before the question was called.
Can she? Yeah, he said she can. Yeah.
Thank you. I just, there's been so many good comments tonight, and I kind of wanted to build on something Assemblymember Young, spoke to why he ran. And, this being a Second Amendment issue, I think everybody up here owns a gun and has moose in their freezer. Most of them shot it. Rob probably wrestled the moose to the ground and choked it. Nobody on this assembly is anti-gun. And when I ran for the assembly, I'm not a political person. I'm not a D, a R. They both make me mad. And I hate trying to be put in a box. I ran because I like the local stuff to solve problems. And the problems I'm hearing, what Assemblymember McKee said and others, is how to have more gun ranges. That's what we're trying to do, and we've been working on that. And if we repeal this, there's other issues. Grouse Ridge has been shut down. There's financial issues there. Mr. Moss, I know, he's somewhere in here, has been trying to get a place for the kids for years through multiple assemblies that have been liberal conservative and liberal conservative. So the problems are more complex than this. The other problem is make sure we protect people's private property rights. Assemblymember Sumner said, like, the biggest investment people make is in their homes. Maybe Rob and Jesse can build a gun range subdivision, instead of airstrip, you have a gun range in the middle of it, and you go to that. But, so how do we balance that? And the idea that this would never happen is, Fairbanks has this rule, very similar, because somebody put a gun range in the middle of a neighborhood. They're making money because people are coming. The people who live around it aren't doing so good. So, it can happen. How do you balance those? I'm hearing from loud and clear from people who have or thinking about building gun ranges. They feel like this is onerous. It's keeping you from even applying. I don't think anybody's even tried to apply under this. But I'm hearing that loud and clear. I would hope, I know we tried the commission before. I'm not super excited about that because people didn't participate in the process. But I would hope the folks who are trying to build gun ranges help us solve that other problem. Because the last thing I want to see is you guys doing good gun ranges. Somebody comes along, plunks one in a neighborhood, and you have a riot. And then we're back where we started, and we end up, reactionary to that. Sorry. So, if people who are thinking about building these gun ranges, you could come forward to us with ways you think we can solve that other problem to keep people from, having some say in their use and enjoyment of their properties. That would be good. And then I just wanted to quickly speak to covenants. I've experienced those before, and the gentleman who was saying those will protect you. That's a mixed bag. So I'll say that, if homeowners covenants, don't rely on those, has been my experience. But I really appreciate everybody coming out and spending a long time here tonight and all the comments. Thank you.
I'm going to recognize the call for the question. Is there any objections to the call for the question? No? Okay.
Is there any objection to the legislation?
Is there any objection to the moving of the ordinance 22-001, which is a repeal? Is there objection? We hear anything online? Do we have an objection to removing the, okay. All righty, so the legislation, hearing no objection, the legislation passes. And I'm getting some notes. We've been here for a little over 3 hours. So if you will bear with us, we'll go ahead and take about a 10-minute break, and then we'll be back and finish the public hearings.
Assemblymember Nowers and Bernier, we're getting ready to start.
I'm going to go ahead and call a break over with and on ordinance 22-002, and we're still under the section of public hearing. So I'll have the clerk now read the ordinance, and we will get a staff report, and we'll have public hearing again.
An ordinance amending MSB 1730 conditional use permit for earth materials extraction activities to allow for an exemption of 20,000 cubic yards annually without a permit. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
Okay, and we have a staff report, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the Assembly. Alex Strawn, Planning Director. And again, I will be brief. This is so the borough originally adopted gravel regulations in 2005. There have been a couple of fairly major amendments to that since, including requirements for reclamation, and as well as a special permit for mining within 4 feet of the seasonal high water table. This ordinance would change the threshold at which a permit is required from 2,000 cubic yards to 20,000 cubic yards. And it also eliminates an administrative permit, which is sort of an expedited process for short-term operations. The Planning Commission did review this, and again, I had a resolution in front of them in support of this ordinance. They did fail it 5-1 as well, and did not adopt something with recommendations or explanation as to why they did not support this ordinance. So with that, I'll answer any questions.
Madam Mayor?
Deputy Mayor?
I would like to ask I'd like to state that I may have a conflict of interest on this ordinance, and I'm asked to be recused.
Okay. Ready? You are.
For the same reason stated before.
Okay. And since you're online, I guess we'll just ask you to mute your phone. I don't know whether we were seeing carrier pigeon or what to get you back online, but we have like 2/3 of a page of sign up. So, I don't know, anybody's guess, half hour, 40 minutes, maybe try to come back online and see where we are, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I believe the clerk can notice me when it's appropriate.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a staff report. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. And I have some names here that have signed in. So I don't want to mispronounce your name. Camden.
Hi, my name is Camden Yealy. I am switching hats and representing the Meadow Lakes Community Council as the president and our membership. And we would like to submit the following comments in regard to this ordinance. The permit exemption for gravel, about permit exemptions for gravel pits under 20,000 cubic yards a year. We oppose this exemption and support maintaining the current limit of 7,000 cubic yards to require a conditional use permit. More than doubling the limit would seriously reduce the ability for members of the public to participate in public process. And we feel that it will affect them, especially in Meadow Lakes, and they deserve that ability to have input. It would allow mining to occur in closely structured residential neighborhoods with no input. There are many concerns about water, air contamination, noise, and traffic. In addition, gravel pit operators would have no requirement to return the property to a usable state other than a hole in the ground when extraction is complete. And I know that we've got a lot of gravel in the borough, so I encourage you to recuse yourself if you have a direct or indirect financial interest in gravel. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sandra Phillips Johnson.
My name is Sandra Phillips Johnson. I was been involved with the Meadow Lake, the pit on Sylvan, and I am against this ordinance to go further as of the public input of not being allowed if it was able to be at the 20,000 cubic yards, that there wouldn't be the public input. Since I've moved here to Alaska, that is one thing I have enjoyed. I have not seen this process in the other states that I've been in. And to be able to have that opportunity to speak and voice the opinion of what's going to happen in my community, I think is important. And to have 20,000 cubic yards being pulled out, that's just in 1 year. So the next year, and it just adds up of how much it's going to be pulled out. I'm concerned also that, like what was said, the pollution, the noise pollution. I sit up on the Sylvan Road up on the ridge, and I could hear the pit as it operated. I guess the Matt Subaru owns it across the Parks Highway. I can hear that at night, and we all know, summertime is our fun time, but it's not fun at 11 o'clock at night, and you can still hear the machines operating, which I know they need to, but there needs to be some consideration to the developments that are here and that are already here. I don't know. Zoning is not a thing up here, but maybe it should be as we look to the future. So I just want it to be noted that I am against it. Thank you.
Thank you. And next is Father Randy, but somebody else is going to speak.
Thank you, Father. This is Joseph Hawkins. He graciously gave me his time. I wanted to thank the Assembly for recognizing the Eagle Scouts and what they've done, and also particularly thank the borough for providing meaningful employment for people that age with lifeguards. So Jordan, my son, was embarrassed and didn't want to do any of that, so we didn't do that. He has his Eagle, and he's a lifeguard at the borough, and he's going to be opening up his mission call to find out where he goes any minute now. So that's why I'm asking this. You ask the question often, what's your name? And the statement's been made, it doesn't matter what you answer as long as you can keep them asking the wrong question. And I think you're really asking the wrong question, particularly when it comes to gravel. You didn't ask me, what is my interest? Am I a lobbyist? If you'll go back to the records, you'll find that lobbyists have had a considerable effect on this topic. I have 40 acres, and it's my ace in the hole because it's very good gravel. But I doubt you would want to have 2,000 trucks going down my neighborhood of Soapstone and me being able to say, sorry, I pay my taxes with fuel, but incidentally, you do not tax that gravel at all. It causes light pollution, sound pollution, traffic pollution, water pollution. Interesting, 4 feet vertical in gravel is permitted, but to put a septic system, it's required 100 feet horizontal. Water can travel at 1 to 8 inches every minute through gravel. So I think that you would be important to look at that. After they dig the hole, we currently allow the construction debris from Anchorage to come back and put in, and we don't tax that either. So it causes all these problems, but we can't even manage to put a tax on it. You would tax oil and you would tax natural gas, but we don't tax that. But once again, I have my 40 acres and it's my ace in the hole that I plan on developing a gravel pit if necessary, if it ever came to that. I think that as you look at this, you really need to look at the other issue with gravel, which is going up on Caswell Creek, where they're taking property that's for farming and they're wanting right now to turn it to a gravel pit. If this changes, it would make that financially feasible to only pull out the 200,000 or the 20,000 yards a year making $100,000, if it's just pit run at $5 a yard, I could make that, and that could go on for years and years and years, dig the hole, and it would never functionally be put back to farmland because the microbiome in the first few inches is the only part that's really important for farming. Once you take that and disturb that, you're not going to replace that, even if you put the topsoil back down, because of the microbiome. Coming from the financial standpoint, and I've racked my brain around this, the billion-dollar corporation that owns this, Anchorage Sand and Gravel, if I were going to launder money and I had a community with marijuana, I'd launder it through a legal business of gravel.
Thank you. Okay, Patricia Fisher.
Thank you. My name is Patricia Fisher. I'm speaking in opposition to Ordinance 22-02. Increasing the limits for permitting gravel CUPs is a restriction of public process. Without the opportunity to comment, mining could occur in a neighborhood where it would affect water, noise, air quality, and traffic, and would leave a big hole in the ground at the end of the mining period. I would like to relate this to a recent proposed pit on Sylvan Road in Meadow Lakes last year. The Mental Health Trust applied for a CUP on the site, which was in the middle of a neighborhood over 250 homes with a narrow single lane road butt up against water wells and septic systems. The truck traffic would have been along a road where kids walked from school and directly by a school site. The Planning Commission denied the CUP. At that meeting, 55 of the residents were in attendance speaking in opposition. Some of those residents are here tonight. After the denial, the trust then appealed to the borough's Board of Adjustment and Appeals and was turned down again. The trust had initially threatened that they would appeal to the Alaska Superior Court. In January, we received a letter stating that the trust would not appeal to the Superior Court. The letter stated that they acknowledged the community's response and concerns related to the proposed site. That was a startling response from the trust. They acknowledged the concerns of the residents. I hope that you will do the same. Hear the voice of the public in this matter and allow public process to continue as it is now. One final comment, those of you on the assembly who have an interest in gravel or plan to sell gravel, as I believe Mr. Mr. Sumner has stated in the past, and I believe Mr. Tu may have gravel interests. You should recuse yourself, anyone that has interest. It is borough code, and it is as a conflict of interest. And I believe the public should be able to count on a vote being made without a conflict of interest. Thank you.
Let me just restate for the record that Deputy Mayor Sumner did recuse
Yes,
himself.
and I thank him very kindly for that. Thank you.
I just wanted to be sure that that was clear on the record. Dan Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Assembly. I'm going to speak against Ordinance 22-0002, excuse me. I must admit, I've had some difficulty in this gravel process myself. 2,000 cubic yards, in my opinion, is probably too low for some of our folks who want to develop their property. However, taking a gigantic leap to 20,000 cubic yards is really the difference between running 200 trucks through our neighborhood versus 2,000 trucks through our neighborhood in the period of 4 or 5 months. It's a gigantic impact. And uh, if we allowed major development, as in 20,000 cubic yards, without any kind of reclamation plan or without any kind of traffic plan or anything of that nature, then again, you've heard this term already this evening, but we're back at the Wild Wild West. And that is just not good planning. You know, I'm sure some of you may feel differently, but I always thought that my job was to, when I was sitting up there on the dais, was to try to protect neighborhoods. And this does not do that. Now, I would like to say that I really did consider 2,000 cubic yards to be too low, but it was the approved level. I have some stories about how that became the approved level, which, you know, is not necessarily something I agree with, but, you know, I would suggest that perhaps if you want to increase it, maybe 4,000 or 5,000 cubic yards or something of that nature, some kind of compromise that would not have you sell neighborhoods down the road, and would still protect the character of neighborhoods. So thank you.
Thank you. Chad Scott?
Chad Scott, SCOTT. Seeing as how there's no constitutional protection for gravel extraction, I'm in favor of the Assembly and the Planning Commission having oversight for gravel extraction. I am pro development. I think we need more gravel pits operated, even smaller ones. And if there's any way to ease restrictions without taking away the barrier of borough oversight, I would be in favor of that. I don't know what limitations there would be, or even if that's possible, I don't think there's an overburdensome process in place, but we do, I believe, need to uphold the public process and the oversight of the borough in this case. And that's why I oppose 222-002. Thank you.
Kathleen Kuhlman?
My name is Kathleen Kahneman, Koeneman. I'm a water operator for the 49er subdivision in Meadow Lakes. We've just had a gravel pit issue at the Sylvan Pit. It's been denied twice. I'm highly concerned about the quality of water for the borough residents. I'm strongly opposed to having permits processed without public comments being addressed. Thank you.
David Miller?
All right, thank you, David Miller. Thank you to the Assembly for giving us this opportunity. A couple things that I'd like to speak to on this proposed ordinance is, first, I'm very much a proponent of having access to gravel in our borough. It's very important to the construction industry, for roads, for many aspects of really our functional living in this area. But if you do the math, and you look at just a general blanket statement of accessing 20,000 cubic yards of material, if you picture your 1 acre lot, in order to extract 20,000 cubic yards, you're going to have to dig about 12 feet of gravel. Now, if you take that same quantity of 20,000 cubic feet and you spread that over maybe 200 acres, you're really not having that much effect. But at 12 feet on 1 acre, it's a terrible effect. And, you know, one of the most important resources that we have that every one of us utilize every single day is water. And, you know, we need to be wise and prudent in how we protect the water resources of this valley now and set the standards going forth. With that said, I do believe that there is, you know, when it comes to private property rights, I think people should be able to access some of their material on their own property to the point where it's not impactful to water resources or their neighbors' roads and so forth. There are road issues when you talk about 2,000 trucks running down your road. How is that road going to be impacted? 2,000 trucks carrying 10 tons of material each time. It's going to have an impact on that road. Who's going to be responsible for that? So I guess in short, where my comments would be directed is that as a assembly, considering that balance, not just the quantity, but potentially the size of the overall property that would be considered accessing that quantity of material. So I think there's a lot more that could go into this than just giving a blanket access of 20,000 cubic feet without any kind of oversight. Conditional use permits do have their place, and unfortunately, you guys have to bear the burden of determining what the best balance of that is. And so with that, in conclusion with my comments, I just want to make my voice known that I do think that there needs to be access to gravel, but I think we need to do it prudently. Thank you.
Thank you. Nellie Hannes. Here you come. You're so little back there. I can't see you.
Hi, my name is Nellie Hanasak, Hanousek, and I was part of the group that was here previously for the Sylvan gravel pit, and thank God it was denied because that was like right behind my house. Everybody makes a good point here, so I'm not going to reiterate that, but just the fact that having such a big difference, 2,000 to 20,000 is such a huge difference. And to have it just done without a permit is asinine. I think there should always be public input because you're affecting other people's lives and their homes and their families and everything that they built. I don't have the biggest house on the block, but it's still my castle, right? And everybody has business and they want to do this or that, but you have to think about other people and be considerate as well, as in my opinion. But sometimes that doesn't matter because of greed. So I don't like it. That's all I'm saying. I just wanted to be here to support my group. Thanks.
Bill Longbreak.
Hard to get up anymore.
I'm going to make it easy on you. Give your name first.
Oh, Bill Longbreak, Longbrake. Or you can call me Short Clutch, either one. In reference to the gravel pit regulations be removed, and in the interest of groundwater protection and preservation of farmland, I would ask that the Assembly move more slowly in considering the proposals presented today. Clean, safe water can be at stake without proper research and testing. Everything from drinking water to the food that we eat can be affected if our aquifers are contaminated. Regulations under Alaska Department of Natural Resources require that surface and groundwater be protected. The value of food and clean water would justify more testing and evaluation. Removing public comment on gravel pit extraction is moving in the same direction that allowed the best farmland in Alaska to be covered with houses instead of being used for food production, especially in an area close to a large population that can support that business. Private property rights are important. Without public notice, the ability not only to secure their own property, but take the value of neighboring properties as well. Without public notice and thus protection of adjacent property rights, we can see that the more powerful can destroy not only a house, a farm, a country, or any other endeavor useful to our survival. Recent events from the pandemic to threat of war have shown that we need farmland and clean water for the ability to produce more of our own food and maintain a supply of clean water. Please be careful and protect our community.
Thank you. Murph, and while you are coming, I need a motion to extend the meeting.
I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting until 11 o'clock.
Okay. Any discussion? Any objection? Hearing no objection. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Madam Mayor, members of the Assembly, my name is Murph O'Brien. Those of you who know me know I've been involved in the planning and program of transportation facilities for the last 40 years. I've been involved in the harbor projects in the Pribilofs to major developments in Kodiak and Kenai and many road projects here in the borough. I know the importance of gravel. I was also the planning director when we first came up with this ordinance, and it was in response to the fact that they punched through the water table there on the north side of the Glen Highway, causing people's wells to be harmed, as well as I think Canoe Lake's water level fluctuated for days after. I got a lot of public input over the next few days from people being concerned about the lack of regulations for gravel. The resulting ordinance that they want to change here is the result of at least an 18-month process to develop. The 18 months included a working group that included gravel operators, environmental people, agency people, and the like. We had several work sessions with the Planning Commission and public hearings. We had several work sessions with the Assembly and public hearings. The ordinance that we came out with in 2005 is a compromise, and it's been working for 15 years. There have been roads that have been built since then. There have been houses. The 2,000 yards, and it's 2,000 yards or as much gravel that you can extract in 2 years. We made that compromise with DOT so they could build their big Parks Highway projects without going to an interim materials district. We responded to that. The 2,000 yards was for somebody that needed to move some material or give some material to a friend, that sort of thing like that. No permit required. An administrative permit up until 7,000 yards. You go in, you say, I want to haul out 7,000 yards. This is where I'm going to do it. It's handled. After that, a conditional use permit, because when you start moving 7,000 yards, you start moving some major amount of materials. To do away with all that and say 20,000 yards, that's a big hole. And then they can come back again the next year, and then it's a 40,000 yard hole. And then it's a 60,000 yard hole. That's a lot of truck traffic, and it's not 2,000 trucks, it's 4,000 trucks because it's round trip. And you do that on a small road, Public Works is going to be repairing that road all the time. The justification in this IM is cost too much. One last thing, the gravel organization does not support the repeal of this ordinance as stated in the Planning Commission meeting. Thank you.
Thanks, Murph. Blake Waterman.
Back for round two.
Okay.
I agree with the man that just spoke. I have a small business. I believe the 20,000 yards is the high end. So I actually, without people saying, well, you took 7,000 yards out and you have to prove it. I've had problems with doing a job and saying, well, I can't really do that. And I've done 20,000 yards is maybe 1,800 feet of road, commercial road, depending on the height. I'm actually for it. So water table, like one of the guys said, that a 1 acre lot, 12 feet down. How somebody could consider digging down 12 feet just to mine out that much material. I don't know if common sense is actually common anymore. So I'm not opposed to it. So that's pretty much all I had to say.
Thank you. Cindy Ziegler?
Thank you, Mayor DeVries, Assembly. My name is Cindy Ziegler, Ziegler, and for the record, I am opposed to the ordinance regarding no permit gravel pits in our borough where we live. Elected assembly members establish policy and serve the citizens of the borough. Mr. Sumner's campaign ran on the slogan, "Get the best deal possible for your constituents." He's going to work for everybody. The best deal possible for Mr. Sumner at this point is for this ordinance to pass for the benefit of his construction and development company, not for the benefits of his constituents. Mr. Chu, his campaign declaration was that he wants to make our borough a better, safer place for all residents. No permit pits, requiring no permit for a gravel pit lowers property values and does not make for a better or safer place, Mr. Chu. Mr. Young's campaign slogan was protect our roads, schools, gun ranges, and property rights. How do no permit pits protect neighboring property rights, roads, or schools, Mr. Young? Tell us. The borough is funded by private property tax based on a mill rate, which you determine here, and property values. These pits negatively lower property values, property rights. They cause deforestation, erosion issues, potentially, distort topography. They tax our road infrastructure, cause noise, disturb wildlife, and impact the quality of wells, septics, and water tables. Has the Assembly completed a traffic and safety report on how the road corridors are impacted by these pits? I have no clue. What does DEC say about these no permit pits and their impact on wells and septics and clean water in the borough? I don't know. These gentlemen ran their campaigns promising to protect our roads, property rights, and to make the borough a better, safer place. This pit ordinance does not align with their campaign promises. This ordinance does not benefit the average property owner. It is a vehicle for certain assembly members to amend regulations in order to benefit land and real estate developers currently positioned on the Assembly. I am opposed to this ordinance. And I call on the Assembly to withdraw it and commit to their campaign promises to establish policies that actually make the Mat-Su Borough a better, safer place for all.
Thank you. Marie Troutman. Oh, Mark. Oh, it looked like Marie. I thought you brought somebody with you, sir.
Mark Troutman. I might be wrong, but I don't think I am. Somewhere on the Schrock Road area, I went by a gravel pit that had a big sign, hand painted in pink, that said Two's Pit. And if that's true, Mr. Two, you got a lot of nerve to introduce this ordinance. I'm against the ordinance. 20,000 cubic yards at a minimum is 1,500 trucks. If somebody can afford to sell 1,500 trucks worth of gravel, they can get a permit. Pretty simple. They can afford to get a permit. It's going to cost a lot more than that just to fix the roads. Thank you.
Thank you. Father Randy?
First of all, thank you for letting us extend the comment period. Madam Mayor, distinguished similar people. I'm opposed to this increase from 2,000 cubic yards to 20,000 cubic yards. Case in point, like I've been saying, Father Randy Hillman, 6916 East Beechcraft Road. At the end of the runway, there's been gravel been extracted from the runway. They put at the paved runway, been extracted there over a period of time. It meets the threshold of less than 2,000 cubic yards. They put on a new runway that doesn't require for tundra tires. Anyway, that being said, if we increase the amount of extraction of gravel, I truly see the point that that particular gaping hole, eyesore, will become a much bigger gaping hole and eyesore. The permit process, which I think we really need to consider there, what are going on with the permit process? We look at that and see if we can have the permit process protect everybody in concern. Allow for good extraction of the gravel, but yet safeguard the individuals who's living around it, as well as the tonnage on the roads. How can we address that? Or how can we address it? That's something we need to look at, not necessarily increase the amount of tonnage or amount of gravel being extracted cubic yards wise. Thank you once again for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Elizabeth Ripley?
Mayor DeVries, members of the Assembly, my name is Elizabeth Ripley, and I serve as CEO of the Matsu Health Foundation, which shares ownership in Matsu Regional Medical Center. We take our share of the profits and we invest them back into the community with the goal to measurably improve the health of the population. And I ask you today to protect the public process and the rights of residents to be advised of and have the opportunity to comment on the development that might negatively impact them in their community by voting against OR 22-002. The Matsu Health Foundation supports a strong, vibrant local economy, and we believe that economic development and a healthy, livable community need not be mutually exclusive. We're confident that development of natural resources can be accomplished in a thoughtful, well-planned way that preserves the healthy lifestyle so many people came to Matsu to enjoy, and which attracts the skilled workforce our businesses need. Careful consideration about the location and extent of such projects is critical to safe and healthy development. OR 22-002 risks shortchanging a process that seems to have worked. We were recently asked by another funder, the Alaska Mental Health Trust Authority, to support their efforts to put in a gravel pit where local residents and the borough's planning commission clearly did not feel that it belonged. We declined to support the Mental Health Trust on that because it was clear that the borough's public process worked. The foundation actively advocates for and helps create living wage jobs. Gravel extraction is a very small part of our local economy that has a big footprint on our green space, makes a huge dent in our roads, and whose operations can be very disruptive to businesses and neighborhoods. The largest gravel companies operate here are not local. They are large national and international companies that take our resources and do not give back to the community in a substantial way and never reclaim the land for other development. Most of the revenue they generate leaves our borough along with the gravel. The borough's own economic development plan demonstrates that our future is not in resource development or resource extraction, but in professional and technical services. As you may know, the Health Foundation has made substantial investment in developing the 38 acres that surrounds Matsu Regional Medical Center. We will develop that land to add more professional and technical services and living wage jobs. We will need gravel to complete this also. We are pro-development, pro-planning, pro-health, and pro-community process. Our letter in your packet offers more reasons to vote down Ordinance 22-002. Thank you.
Thank you. So that's all the people we had signed up. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to testify on this ordinance? Yes.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Mayor DeVries and the Assembly. I was just pulling up the subdivision construction manual, and I just wanted to point out the service restrictions on road classifications. So I'm not sure what impact the trucking of the gravel would have on those, but I think that I just wanted to bring it up so that the Assembly can review that and take that under consideration. And I do want to go on the record to say that I am opposed to this ordinance. Thank you.
Jen, would you state your name for the record?
Jen Anderson. Thank you.
Anyone else? Alrighty, and I guess dual hands up in the back, so let's go for it, okay? Thanks, Caleb. Go ahead, whoever's online.
Yes, this is Brett Westcott. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
I oppose this ordinance amendment. Mr. Two, when I look your name up on the search engine, it pops up that you're an excavating contractor. Shame on you. You were elected to be on the Assembly to represent all your constituents, not just your business, if that's what this is about. In my Army career, they said that appearances are reality. So if that's the case here, you clearly have a conflict of interest and should recuse yourself. I implore the rest of the Assembly to please vote against this amendment that only helps a few, maybe two, pun intended on purpose, and would eliminate the process that protects all the borough residents that Mr. Two was elected by. Thank you.
The next person online, please.
Greetings, Assembly members. My name is Wes Hoskins, and I'm the Executive Director with the Matsu Trails and Parks Foundation, speaking in official capacity for the organization. I have the pleasure of living over in the Butte. I'm calling in to express the Matsu Trails and Parks Foundation's opposition to OR 22-002, which would exempt gravel pits with rates under 20,000 cubic yards a year from needing a permit from the borough. The Matsu Trails and Parks Foundation has been part of a stakeholder process to find sustainable, non-extractive solutions to help University of Alaska Fairbanks explore ways to leverage the value of the experiment farm and surrounding lands. UAF is looking at 86 acres within the Matanuska Greenbelt in which to develop a gravel pit. If this legislation was to pass, it would undermine this work and help to usher in an environment where the public is not able to weigh in on activities that could affect their health and well-being. With few zoning laws to limit gravel extraction in the Matsu, OR 22-002 could further limit Valley residents' voices in protecting their property values, businesses, and green spaces. In comments to the Planning Commission earlier this year, gravel industry representatives have said that the permitting system works as it is, and that this ordinance would likely have the effect of creating a two-tier, unequal system, punishing existing pit operators who are following the rules. Assemblymember 2's proposed amendments show a willingness to be responsive to feedback but they still don't alleviate the basic fact that the public will not be able to weigh in on potentially significant gravel operations near their homes and businesses. The Borough Planning Commission has formally advised the Assembly that the current rules should stay in place, and the gravel industry itself is on record saying the current process is not broken. We ask that the Assembly vote no on adopting this ordinance. Thank you so much to the Assembly for hearing my testimony.
Thank you. Next person online, please.
Hi, this is Francine Long, and I am opposed to the ordinance 22-002. The public should have a say in the permitting process for gravel extraction of this size. This ordinance threatens our treasured Matsu greenbelt, for one, and a large gravel pit would destroy it not only now, but for generations to come. There is no other non-motorized trail system like it in the valley, and many of us value it highly. We, the public, want a say when our public lands and our neighborhoods are threatened by gravel pits and extraction. Please do not approve this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person online, please.
Yes, my name is David Fraker. It's Fraker, and I am in opposition of this ordinance. I'm a landowner and a business owner here in the valley, doing mechanical HVAC work where we are required to pull permits to do our work inside the city limits of Palmer and also in the Muni. And I feel that removing this permitting process would eliminate the oversight that's needed to make sure that these pits are taken care of in a way that's safe, not just for the travel of people coming in and out of them, but also for the health of those around. I also looked up Mr. Tews and saw that his track record for the work that he has done has not been great. And so I believe that him being able to vote in this on this ordinance would be a conflict of interest. And so I request that he recuse himself from this vote, and I just wanted my voice to be heard, that I am in opposition of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next person online, please.
Hello, my name is Sarah Gottschall. I'm a resident in Palmer for the last 11 years. I'm in opposition to the ordinance for all the reasons that have already been stated. And I also believe that Mr. Tews should recuse himself from the vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person online.
Hi again, this is Betty Beers. I know this is awkward, but the only person that can recuse himself is Mr. Tews, if he chooses. So I am also opposed to this ordinance for a lot of reasons. First of all, the Matsu Bureau keeps trying to say it's open for business. It is. So people come, they invest, they follow the rules. And then in midstream, we change the rules. We did it with the coal bed methane. We invited them in. We changed the rules. They all went away. We did it with the timbers. We had timber harvests. We invited people to come and invest. We built a conveyor belt in the port. And in the midstream, we changed the rules again. So how are we open for business? We're open for business until we decide to change the rules. And the people who followed them then say, well, gee, why did I have to pay all that money and invest and do everything? The other awkward part here is follow the money. There is a pink elephant in the room. We all know what that is. And the only person that this would benefit, and maybe his family, and maybe it won't, but if there's an appearance of conflict of interest, I please save some face, Smokey. recuse yourself. It's very, very awkward that you put this forward. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. We have another person, Caleb? Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead online, please.
Hello, my name is Lori Benner, and I live in the Meadow Lakes area, and I am in opposition of this ordinance for the many various reasons that have already been spoken for. I just really believe in public input and the permitting process on a lot of this stuff, and I would just like to see it stick to the current regulations on it. And I'd like to thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next person online, please.
Madam Mayor, members of the Assembly, my name is Jim Sykes. I spoke at the introduction of this on March 1st, along with 19 other speakers from various viewpoints, and all 20 people who spoke opposed this, and they had many very thoughtful reasons. A previous speaker brought up about what can happen if you don't at least have these basic rules that we've got. But 10 or 12 years ago, some people who are interested in development, community activists, asked a corporation in Anchorage that should be located out here in the borough to come and check us out and prove that we were open for business. And they came out and they looked around, they looked at our code, and the upshot was they said, maybe we'll come back someday when you develop some basic rules that would allow us to protect our business interests. And it was exactly for this kind of thing, whether it's a medical waste incinerator, a junkyard, a gravel pit. Residents have this same problem when they get to a subdivision and there is a piece of vacant land nearby. How do you protect your investment if we don't have these basic rules? So that's what's missing from this whole thing, is it does away with the public process. I think it's only a half a mile around, but all of these things you heard about are real problems: traffic, noise, dust, water, and we heard on March 1st the representative of the gravel industry say that the rules that are now in place are appropriate, and they do not support the change. And so when we've got something that's working, I think that we should stick with it. And I encourage you to vote against this proposal, Ordinance 22002. And I would like to thank Assemblymember Sumner for his recusal. And I think that that was entirely appropriate. And if you do pass this for some reason, it will really toss the lid off of what people have come to expect in the normal course of a gravel pit. And many gravel pits have been permitted. And all it takes is listening and having that exchange with the people who are in your area and trying to do something about it. And I don't think that's too much to ask. Thank you.
Thank you. We have another person online. Go ahead online, please.
Hello, my name is Carol Carman. My last name is spelled Carman. I live at about mile 5 on Palmer Fishhook, and the road I travel, and when I turn off of Palmer Fishhook, I go down a road that is bordered by a gravel pit. And when I turn on my road, I am the second driveway in. And down at the end where my road is the back entrance to the gravel pit. So I'm very, very close to the gravel pit. I see trucks coming and going all the time. I don't hear a lot of noise, and frankly, the trucks don't bother me. The other thing is, I believe that, unlike what a few people have said already, the reason we don't get a lot of business is because we have probably too many ordinances that restrict business. So businesses are less inclined to come because it's too many hurdles to jump through to get their work done. So I'm inclined to be for this ordinance. However, I have a few concerns. I know when we had that earthquake a couple years ago, my water in my well turned gray for a while. We didn't drink out of it for a while, and every once in a while it does go gray, and it's usually probably related to earthquakes. I'm not concerned about how much gravel is taken out of the gravel pit next to me, as long as as I'm hearing concerns, as long as my water and my sewage isn't interfered with. I don't know what that limit is. I have no clue. I kind of want to leave that up to you guys to make that decision, and I don't know if this ordinance would even affect that. I have no idea. So that's all I have to say. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. Is that the end of, okay, thank you. So I'll bring it back into the assembly chambers. Is there anyone that hasn't testified that would like to testify? Okay, seeing no one, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing, and Assembly Person 2, if you would please move the legislation.
I move to adopt ordinance 22-002.
Okay. Do you,
I'd also like to have an amendment ready.
okay, I don't, is your mic on? Okay, so can we start again then, sir, please?
Yep. I move to adopt ordinance 22-002.
Okay.
And I'd like the Madam Clerk to read into the record some amendments that I made.
Okay, all right.
I move to amend ordinance 22002 by inserting a new section 1730.023 as follows. 1730.023 performance standards for exempt activities. A, operations with annual extraction of greater than 2,000 cubic yards but less than 20,000 cubic yards shall, 1, leave an undisturbed buffer within 100 linear feet from the lake from a lake, river, stream, or other water body, including wetlands. And 2, construct and maintain a berm at least 10 feet tall around the entire gravel extraction area except for openings to allow for access and egress to the site. B, an operator desiring to use a method of screening that does not conform with A2 of this section may apply for a conditional use permit for the entire operation in accordance with this chapter.
Okay, so now the discussion, do you want to talk, do you want to address your
Sure.
amendment, sir? Mhm.
Well, I'd like to, I don't know if this is a proper time or if I even get to do this, but I would like to say that I am no longer in the excavation business. So yes, I did do it, and that's what led me to believe that this would be a good deal for the whole community. I've been on lots of projects where it takes more than 2,000 yards to do the job. And to get a permit, it just holds up the process. So I thought, well, if I up the yardage, it would help speed up the process. And it also allow a lot more pits to open up. The gravel is not the expensive portion to gravel. It's actually the transportation, it's the trucking. So if you can open up more pits closer to jobs, the overall project will be in less money. It costs less to transport the gravel to those areas. So I thought it would be a great idea to jump it from 2,000 yards, which quite honestly, that's like one, depending on the lot, that takes care of one lot. It could take care of more, but it's not enough to really do any sizable projects. So that's why I did it.
Okay, thank you. So the discussion now is on the amendment. Assemblyperson Yuan, go ahead, sir.
Help me understand the rules. Do we have to speak only on the amendment right now?
Because that's what's on the
Okay.
floor now.
Okay, I have a lot of other things I'd like to speak to that I'll hold then.
Okay, thank you.
So I will speak then lightly on behalf of the amendments. And I'm not speaking for or against this legislation. I'll get to that in a little bit, but I do appreciate the amendments. My understanding is these came forth by working with the Planning Commission and listening to public comment. I think it's a great idea to have a 10-foot berm, a screening berm, right? If we're gonna have gravel pits, they should not be visible to the neighbors, right? I think that's a great idea. We shouldn't be within 100 feet of the water, right? I think those are great ideas. So I appreciate the amendments. That's all I'll speak to for now. So.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion on the amendment? Okay, is there any objection to the amendment? Okay, hearing none, then the amendment is adopted. And so now we will speak to the ordinance as amended. So Assemblyperson Yount, you want to continue?
Thank you, ma'am. So I first want to state that I deeply regret not beating Moki to the punch on this. I would not have tried to change it from 2,000 to 20,000. I was going to go about it a different way, but possibly for the same reason. So, but before I get to those, I'd like to clarify something. None of this can benefit a developer, of which I am. I am a developer. I do not own any equipment. I don't have the tools or the skill set to mine gravel and those things. But I will say that I can hire an excavator right now. I'm doing 118 acre development out Wasilla Fishhook. I can move 10,000, 100,000, 1,000,000 yards there with no permit. It's already allowable. You can move as much as you want on site. When I get done, if I have, you're doing cut and fills and stuff, I don't really have to move any on site, but I could, right? It doesn't benefit developers. When you get done, if you have gravel that's of no use to the project, you can give away as much as you want. Right now, there's already an administrative permit, which actually I don't really like it. It was spoke to earlier by somebody that had worked here previously, and I understand it was a great idea at the time, but it could be abused very easily. Right now, you can get an administrative approval. My understanding is only one has ever been denied, and you could mine as much as you want for 2 years, 3, 4, 500,000 yards in a year. Right? Or you could set up shop and do 7,000 yards a year for life with no public process. So I'll let Moki speak to why he brought this. I don't like how it's set up right now. And I do think that we need to make some adjustments. I heard multiple people speak of representatives of the gravel community. I'd like to clarify what that is. They're the same group that came out and spoke overwhelmingly against me recently when I proposed a potential gravel tax. What that is, a representative of the gravel community, there's a couple, if you guys look around, the big gravel pits here are owned by out-of-state companies. They're not owned by local small businesses here. Okay, their representative is a very high-paid lobbyist. That's what he is, okay? Set up to defend them, to prevent local small businesses from prospering so that they don't have competition. Moki spoke briefly a minute ago about the transportation. We know what diesel costs. We know what gas costs right now. Honestly, it wasn't cheap 2 years ago, right? It's not cheap. Or the wear and tear on the vehicles when you have to move it from point A to point B, right? Or the potential for accidents. The closer to home you can keep gravel, the better. There's already processes in place, like I said, administrative approvals that are could be substantially larger than this. I appreciate the amendments. I was gonna potentially bring forth legislation for a seasonal permit that would try to help make it easier for small local businesses to prosper, but not during the time when school buses are on the road, right? And not on the weekends. If I brought that forward, I was not going to allow it to be done on the weekends, and I was not going to be allowed to do it outside of certain hours during the day, right? Good common sense legislation that I believe would have helped small businesses prosper. I can tell you there's a lot of benefit to making an adjustment in this. I appreciate that Assemblyman 2 sent this to the Planning Commission and is trying to bring forth amendments that they recommended. Maybe we don't figure out what the final answer is tonight, but I think it's pretty one-sided when people come up here and speak about gravel representatives and don't tell you what they're really talking about as lobbyists, right? I think it's pretty one-sided when they try to make it seem like developers can prosper. I can move 1,000,000 yards right now with no permit, right? So I don't know. I guess I'll leave it at that. We'll see where this goes. And like I said, whether it passes or fails tonight, I definitely think, earlier a previously elected assembly member said that maybe it should be adjusted from 2,000 to 4,000 or 5,000. I don't know what the answer is exactly. That's why we have these awesome meetings with public debate. But I can tell you there's a lot of misinformation in the market right now being brought forth by a couple of large companies trying to make sure that local small businesses don't prosper. And that's the truth. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, further discussion? Yes, Assemblymember
Thank you.
Knowles, go ahead.
I feel like I'm in an alternate reality. I mean, what Mr. Two said makes sense from a gravel extractor's perspective. And what Mr. Young would make sense if anyone in that portion of the industry had come and spoken in support of that. We haven't had anybody, we've had 3 hearings on this, including the Planning Commission, and there's been 3 people who have spoken in support of this, more than 100 against, and no written comment, no oral comment to our industry is choked, we're not getting gravel, these current regulations aren't working. I think it's a bit of a disservice to the representative of the gravel pit industry to say he doesn't represent the gravel pit industry. And when they say like, look, there's rules in place that we recognize, gravel pits are something that have impacts on the properties around them. I mean, that's the difference, right? You do with your property what you want until you affect the enjoyment and value of my property. And so that's what this conditional use permit process does, is say with gravel pits, you got noise, dust, traffic, et cetera, it affects the value of my property. This allows you to come to the borough and have a process for mitigating those impacts. And the record is clear that there hasn't been an issue with approving these. Of the past 5 years, 4 of the 28 permits that have been applied for have been denied. And that might include the administrative permit that you were talking about. Rather, what it does is protect our biggest industry in the valley, which is our housing industry. And that's your biggest investment most of the people in this room will ever make is in your property. So there's a balancing act there. We haven't had anybody in the gravel industry come to us and say, this is not working. We have an exception in here that allows roads to get built. You can take as much as you need in 2 years, I believe, with an extension for 6 months. So the idea that we need to work on this, that there's a clamor to do that. We just had another issue where we had the room filled with people telling us one thing. We've had overwhelming testimony against this. And I don't know who, it's invisible to me. Who are you talking to that's saying this? But this is just this is bad for the industry, for the existing people, bad for homeowners, and there's nothing broke. It's a solution in search of a problem. Should vote this down.
Further discussion from any of
Madam
these?
Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just going to say this is a bad idea, just right off the surface of it, just looking at it. You know, and I build roads for a living, and 20,000 yards is a lot of truckloads. And the question that I would ask is, would anyone up here at this table want a gravel pit just appearing in their neighborhood one day with all those truckloads going right by their house every single day, 20,000 yards? It's just plain a bad idea. That's all I have to say about it.
Okay. Further discussion? Assemblyperson McKee, go ahead.
One of the things that bothered me, I was looking on page 6 of 7 of the resolution of the ordinance, and it says road maintenance may be required by the permittee. What is that? Doesn't say they got to fix stuff they break or mess up the roads. It just says maybe. That sounds pretty loose.
I think we have staff coming forth.
Madam Mayor.
Go ahead, sir.
Alex Strawn, Planning Director. So this requirement of road maintenance may be required by the permittee is seldom used. But sometimes when a gravel pit goes into an area that has a road that is already, say, in disrepair, or it's sort of concluded that the road cannot handle the amount of traffic that's going to be generated by the gravel pit, or so they may require that some upgrade or maintenance be required as part of the permit. It'll be put into the conditions of the permit. We've had ones where the trucks couldn't come to a complete stop because there wasn't enough landing at the intersection that they were bringing it to. So we made them change the grade of that. There's ones where we've had steep drop-offs, and we made them put little markers that for when there's snow, they can see where the edge of the road is. So things like that is the type of conditions that the planning commission would put on a gravel pit.
Follow-up question, Assemblyperson McKee?
So basically, though, the bottom line is they don't have to do anything.
So if a conditional use permit is required,
Yeah.
then the planning commission is going to look at the individual characteristics of this site and put conditions on it that will sort of ameliorate some of the problems that can be caused by it.
And if there's no conditional use permit required?
Then there's nothing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Assemblyperson Nowers, go ahead.
I think that last question kind of answered my question as well, but just these amendments that have been proposed, all they do is put a buffer from water bodies and around the property. Don't deal with any of the other impacts that people have concerns about, and then you don't have a process for balancing those impacts. I'd also just note we have, I think, Talkeetna, Slopestone, Meadow Lakes, Palmer, and Wasilla all represented here if I kept track. And if anything, I've heard about things that maybe we want to take a look at with gravel pits, with lack of reclamation and water table issues and impacts that sound like they're in various places around the borough. So.
Assemblyperson Yuan?
Thank you, ma'am. So legally, I don't believe we can run this meeting past midnight tonight. Is that correct? I wanted to clarify that, right? Even if we do another extension. What I'm hearing, and I know I've talked to Stephanie in great depth in the past about reclamation. It means a lot to me, right? I don't think people should be able to just scrape a piece of property off and leave it, right? I don't think we're leaving our community in a good place when we do that. Unfortunately, with a lot of, even I believe the conditional use permits, there's no teeth in them right now. We've already seen large areas of land completely just decimated, and then they didn't meet the conditional use permit and reclamate it when they're done, and they just skip town. This is something that I think honestly that Moki, myself, and Stephanie are all very passionate about in different areas maybe. And so I want to ask, just so, you know, like I said, I'm pretty new to the assembly, only been here a year and a half. And if I moved to postpone this indefinitely, Alex, I think there's probably a lot of things that you would like to see cleaned up too, possibly, right? Is it something that we could agree to work on and then try to bring it back later where we meet all of those things? Because I'd like to take up reclamation, honestly. If we're going to make any adjustments or changes, and I'll pledge all the time it takes to fix this issue, but I would like to dive deeper into this. The amendments that Mr. Two brought forward are awesome, but I think we probably need a few more, and we're not going to hash that out tonight. So I guess what I'm saying is I would like to move to postpone this indefinitely, and I pledge to work with Moki on it and with Alex, our planning director, who I think is awesome and works really hard to make sure we bring forth good stuff. So I'll leave it at that. I guess I'm officially saying I'd like to postpone indefinitely, and I'd like to know how Moki feels about that, because I do believe his heart's in the right place. So thanks.
Okay, so there on the floor is a motion to postpone indefinitely. Discussion on that motion. Yes, go ahead, sir.
I'd oppose the motion to postpone indefinitely. I say that if you want to kill it, just kill it. Let's vote it, call the question. It's either a yay or nay.
Okay, so we have objection. Any other comments regarding the amendment that's on the floor?
Oh, I'd agree with Mr. Two.
Okay, so we will go ahead and vote.
If I can go ahead and get the people in the room to go ahead and vote on the motion to postpone indefinitely. Assemblymember Hale.
No.
It has failed with Assemblymember McKee and Yent in support.
Okay, so we're back to the main motion, which has been amended. Further discussion on the main motion that's been amended.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
I'd like to call the question.
Okay. Is there any objection to calling the question? Okay, so, go ahead, ma'am.
And get the people in the room to go ahead and vote on the main motion. Assemblymember Hale.
No.
Okay, I'm hitting display. There we go. Madam Mayor, let's see. It is not a tie vote. Bear with me. It
It's
failed with
4
Assemblymember 2
to 2.
and Yunt in support.
So 4 to 2, so the motion has failed, right?
Yes.
Okay, so then that ordinance has failed. The next item that we have is, Madam Clerk, you ready to read that whenever you
I will.
get
Bear
done
with
pushing
me.
buttons?
Ordinance 22024, an ordinance approving an appropriation of $500,000 from the Enhanced 911 fund balance to a project to allow aerial imagery acquisition program to collect data to support 911 call taking and addressing. The company resolution 22026, a resolution approving the scope, work, and budget for a project to allow the aerial imagery acquisition program to collect data to support 911 call taking and addressing. And just so for the record, Assemblymember Sumner is calling back in, so if you can wait to make sure he's on the phone. Caleb, have you seen Assemblymember Sumner join yet? It's up to you if you want to keep.
Okay.
Do the staff report.
Okay, why don't we go ahead and move forward with the staff report? Thank you.
Through the mayor to the assembly, Kenneth Clewine, the GIS manager for the Matanuska-Susitna Borough. And just to provide the staff report, in your packet in the resolution, we have a support letter from the borough manager, but also from the E911 board in support of moving the $500,000 into the aerial imagery program. This program supplies supplies imagery for the, of course, 911 call taking at dispatch. So we worked with dispatch to display aerial imagery to them, and that way they can assist in the call taking. This also supports the road centerline data set as well as the 911 addressing that we do here at the Matsu Borough outside of the cities. And I'll keep it that brief.
Okay. Caleb, do we have Deputy Mayor? Madam Clerk, do we
He
have
just
Deputy Mayor
advised
back?
me he's having technical issues.
Okay, okay. So I guess I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. We're getting short on time, so I'm opening the public hearing on ordinance 22-024 and resolution 22-026. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to testify on either one, this ordinance or this resolution? Sure. I've opened the public hearing on ordinance 22-024 and resolution 22-026. Okay, no problem. We want to be clear. Yes, sir. And just a minute.
Nope.
Yeah, there you
Okay,
go.
my name is David Miller, and I just want to make a question. I know it's not to be addressed at this moment from you, but maybe to consider. Do we not already do aerial flyovers and photography for basically land planning? Is this a duplication? Are we doing this as in addition to? I just want to make sure that we're not double dipping on tax dollars to do something that we already have.
His head shaking there.
Yeah, to answer that question, so we do have set up a reoccurring fund program, basically to then ask the assembly to appropriate monies every single year. Before in the past, we'd go from 2004 to like 2011, when we've had to acquire imagery in these bigger, larger projects to, again, cover the entire populated area of Matsu Borough. And so those projects were very expensive. And so it took a long time for us to gain money. One portion that kind of opened us up was the ability to actually use 911 funds to also fly the imagery. So this way, taking that money that's already been collected at the surcharge amount. And so this way, lessening that burden on the taxpayer so we don't have to ask for that money. Now, our program also covers LiDAR. And so we do have that program to basically in the span of 7 years also to require LiDAR for the core area of the borough. That'll update the topography of that area. And so, but this money is very specifically used strictly just for aerial imagery. It cannot be used for the LiDAR itself. So that topography, hope that answers your question.
If I could just reclaim another minute. So just to address that, what he just pointed out, as long as the data that is collected with this 911 money can be utilized, we don't have to do an overlap with other services that would require taxpayer spending. Do I understand that correct? Okay.
Thank you. Any further? Yes, Mike, come on.
Thanks for the questions. You just popped something in my head. Mike Coons. So last time I had to call 911, I was out on a hunting trip and they were able to pinpoint me by my cell phone. I think that's pretty much the same way when they're dispatching, they already know where you're at because they got you tied in by the telephone. So the way this thing is showing is to allow the aerial to collect data to support 911 call taking and addressing. I think that's already done through the enhanced 911 system. So that's a question. Thank you.
Sure.
If I may field that one, Mayor.
Sure.
Ken Barkley, Director of Emergency Services. So what Mr. Coons is referring to is reverse 911. It's a separate program that we use if you're out hunting, for example, or four-wheeling or whatever, and you call 911, we now have a program for reverse 911, which will depict your location. And what this will do is, like the borough, one of our main responsibilities is evacuations and addressing for emergencies. And that's what Mr. Cleanwine's speaking about will do. So it's two separate programs, separate from each other. So hope that helps.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Do we have Deputy Mayor on?
Looks like there is technical issues going on. I've tried to call him on my cell phone and I'm not able, it's going directly to voicemail and he's having issues calling in.
Okay. Yeah. So is there anyone else that would like to testify either on Ordinance 22-024 or Resolution 22-026? Do we have anybody online, Caleb? No. Okay. So should we go ahead and proceed then? Okay. So, whoop, hello.
Assemblymember Sumner, was that you?
Yep. Sorry, I had some technical issues.
We're not quite.
Yeah, you're breaking up again like you were earlier today, Assemblymember Sumner.
Yeah, if you can hear us, the motion on the floor right now is to accept, well, it hasn't been. I'm still in public hearing. I haven't closed the public hearing, but nobody's ready to testify and we don't have anybody online for Ordinance 22-024 and Resolution 22-026. And so it's just getting ready to close the public hearing since we don't have anybody online or in person that want to testify. So I'm closing the public hearing. Assemblyperson Yuan, would you please move the legislation?
I move to adopt ordinance 22-024 and accompanying resolution 22-026.
Okay, is there any discussion? Is there any objection? Okay, hearing none, then the legislation is passed. Oh, and Assemblyperson Yant, would you make another motion to extend? I don't know, how many more public hearings do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. So
I move to extend the meeting to midnight.
Okay, is there any objection? I don't know what you can do if you do want to object, so we're here, we're gonna do it, people. Okay. All righty. So Madam Clerk, then would you read the next item for public hearing?
Ordinance 22025, an ordinance enacting a lifetime limit of 2 terms for the office of the Borough Assembly, allowing any current assembly members in their first term the opportunity to seek 1 additional term and submitting the question to the qualified voters at the next regular or special election with accompanying ordinance 22026. An ordinance enacting a lifetime limit of 2 terms for the office of Borough Mayor, allowing the current mayor the opportunity to seek 1 additional term and submitting the question to the qualified voters at the next regular or special election. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press star 3.
Okay, do we have a staff report or was that the staff? Oh, yes. Okay,
Oh, I gotta
Mr.
do it.
Attorney.
Mrs. Mayor, members of the Assembly, this ordinance is sponsored by Assemblymember Yunt. I think the title is pretty self-descriptive. He was interested in sponsoring an ordinance, which is before you now, that establishes lifetime limits for Assembly and Mayor. Under the current language of Borough Code, which was previously approved by the voters, I don't know when, long time ago, Borough Assembly members can serve 2 full consecutive terms. And then if you take a break in service, Assembly members or mayor can then return and serve another 2 full consecutive terms. This ordinance would change those rules and it would be a lifetime limitation. And the reason the title and both the bodies of the ordinances allow for Assembly members in their first term and the mayor to run for 1 additional term was that the sponsor of the ordinance didn't want to change the rules midway through anyone's service currently on the Assembly. So the only person that is currently in their second term is Assemblymember Sumner. And even under the current rules, he would be ineligible to run for another term. So this would make it clear. The concept came from the US Constitution and the lifetime limits on the president. And if you read the informational memorandum, you'll see that language is kind of convoluted. It's because they didn't know who was going to be in office and how many terms that person would have served. We tried to make the language a lot cleaner here for voters to understand, because the clerk didn't like the way the original one read, and she was right. So that's what's before you tonight. And state law requires that any limitation on borough, assembly, or mayor terms be submitted to the voters for ratification. So the ordinance directs the clerk to put it on the next regular or special election, and it would be an area-wide question, so it would go to all voters in the borough.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. And we do have 1 person that signed up, Dan Mayfield.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Assembly. Here to speak against ordinance 22-025 and 026. These ordinances are based on fear and really a lack of faith in the democratic process. There's no elected office in the entire nation that's limited to 2 lifetime terms, except for the President of the United States. And that took an amendment of the Constitution, which had to be ratified by 3/4 of the states in the United States. The 22nd Amendment to the Constitution was passed for very specific reasons. Americans did not want a monarchy or a dictatorship. There really is no danger of that at all with somebody serving as mayor or serving as an assembly member. No danger. The framers of the amendment were protecting the American public from the possibility of authoritarianism from someone in the highest office in the land. While it was never the custom of an American president to serve no more than 2 terms, because George Washington only served two terms, Franklin Roosevelt was elected 4 times in response to historically significant and critical issues during that period of time. After his death in 1945, there was a movement to begin to limit the presidents to 2 terms. The official reasons were that we would keep the president from amassing too much power. Again, that really is not a concern on the assembly or with the mayor. We're not going to amass too much power. There's no danger to the republic. Does anyone on this dais believe that they are as important as the President of the United States? Do any of you believe that one elected member of a collaborative body such as the Assembly can amass so much power that they can create an authoritarian regime? It isn't going to happen. Are previous Assembly members and mayors a threat to democracy? No, they're not. Okay? I just don't think so. What I'm asking you to do is, don't disenfranchise voters. The voters are smart. They're going to make a decision whether they want somebody who had previously served to serve again. If they don't want them, they don't want them. So leave it alone. Don't yield to fear, and don't set yourself above other elective offices in the country by voting for this ordinance. Take a breath and believe in democracy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Coons. I like this for a whole lot of different reasons, but let me kind of go back to my the comments from the previous speaker. I don't remember how many terms we had the previous mayor, but it sure seemed like a heck of a long time, and he was tyrannical. He was a tyrant. I mean, we just repealed a piece of garbage that came out of that assembly and out of that mayor. So you talk about tyrants. It took a lot of doing to change this dais. It was a lot of hard work by hardcore conservatives that got out to vote, and I'm one of them. Proud of it. Now, the other side can do the same doggone thing. They can get out and work their butts off too to get their people on that dais as well. But the problem is, we have a real problem in this nation at the local level, and this isn't just about presidential. The best government is the local government. It's not the president of the United States. It's local government. So when you get apathy, the voter apathy over this last, I'm 69 years old. I would say probably the last 30, 40 years has been outrageous. We're lucky if we get a 14% voter turnout, and we call it great. That's how we ended up with tyrants that were running this borough for too damn long, excuse the French. So I think by doing this, it protects it protects us from the apathetic voter, and it puts in fresh meat on that dais. Now, if somebody wants to run for there and is a hardcore leftist, socialist, Marxist, and they want to get out there and get the vote and win, go for it. If I want to run, then I'm going to get out there and I'm going to bust my hind end and I'm going to run. And if people that like what I have to say, or the people that like what the Marxist likes to say, they're going to vote for him. It's going to boil down to the voter. But to turn around and to say that we don't, that at this level we've never had tyrants, I just say, as one of my favorite generals, Stormin Schwarzkopf said, Bavarian scatology. Thank you.
Anybody else? Ron?
Madam Mayor, Assembly, staff, my name is Ron Johnson. I live in Butte. You know, I didn't intend to speak to this, but the first speaker brought up some points that I adamantly disagreed with. Number one, that voters are smart. Mr. Coons pointed out, and voters are smart, but they're very daggone apathetic. I mean, actually, voters are very uninformed, and any of us that are in politics, and I have been for a long time, we know that most of the electorate, sad to say, is uninformed. Our founding forefathers, they never intended for professional politicians to run our governments, whether it's federal government, state government, or local government. I mean, their idea was to come away from your business, come off your farm, do a few years of service, and go back home. I believe that a good friend of mine is running for U.S. Congress this election cycle, and he made a statement that said, people as a general rule, as they get older, tend to get more conservative. And I look around and I believe that's a true statement. But he also said, people that have been in office for a long time tend to get more liberal, meaning they tend to join the swamp. I found that as a very profound statement, and I look around through my somewhat long life. I hope to have another 20 years. God grant me that. But I think that's true. So I think this is a very good ordinance, and I think we need term limits, and we can start right here at home and take them all the way up. Thank you.
Mhm. Yes, come in, yeah.
My name is David Miller, and I believe that this proposed ordinance is very commendable, and I wholeheartedly support it. I think that it takes courage to come out of the chutes in office and declare that you are dispensable, and that the people do, in the democratic process, do have the direction to take the community in which they live the direction they want. But with that said, we understand politics enough in this area, and I'm grateful for some of those who have commented already, one of which I'd like to rebut, that quoting one of my favorite movies, The Patriot, speaking of the main character, Benjamin Martin, he said, I would not exchange one tyrant 3,000 miles away for 3,000 tyrants 1 mile away. Those who are here, you serve in a wonderful capacity, taking time at midnight here shortly away from your family. You know, some of you take a rebuffing, some of you are, whatever capacity, you are trying to serve this community. And to limit that legislatively and then put it to the vote of the people, as has been proposed by this ordinance by Assemblyman Rob Yunt, is absolutely appropriate. So I encourage the vote of this assembly to support this ordinance. Let it be the vote of the people, and let it fall in that capacity. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Mhm. Thank you. Brian? Mhm.
Brian Endel, I'm your true conservative candidate for Matanuska-Susitna Assembly District 1. I really appreciate this ordinance, and I'd like to see that it goes to the voters so that they have a choice. Even in business, when I'm dealing with different people working for me and so forth, and working with me, I haven't seen an instance where someone is very productive or as productive as they could be if they don't share what they have with others and build them up to be better in that business aspect that they're doing. So this, in the same way, in the assembly, if we can't work and build other people up with the knowledge that we have and the skills that we have to bring them forth and to run in our position when we leave, it's not going to be as productive as it could be. So I'm for this. I'd like to see it go to the voters, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Mayor, Assembly members, my name is Thomas Berge, and I speak for myself. I speak in favor of Ordinance 22-025. As an individual, I believe that elected officials, all elected officials, not just this body, but all bodies, need to have a form of term limits on them. As spoke earlier, I do believe that the Founding Fathers did not believe in a professional elected corps. I do believe that it's a citizen's responsibility to serve. And in our society, we have multiple levels. And if individuals feel that they need to continue serving, they have multiple opportunities too. There is multiple elected officials in our society, and so by limiting terms in one governing body does not limit a person's ability to participate in our democracy. They can seek higher elected positions, they can seek lateral elected positions, they can move to different communities and still participate in the democracy if they feel that way. But we need to consider ourselves not as a professional legislative body, but a service-oriented legislative body, where we are here to do our community a service and not to find a permanent position for ourselves. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to come and testify? Do we have anybody online? Okay, go ahead, Caleb.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the Assembly. My name is Jim Sykes. I've been involved with election law for about 30 years and done everything I can to make sure people have the right to vote. And I can't really figure out why this proposal is coming forward, because it's addressing a problem that does not exist. I have done a research as much as I can, and I can't find anything in the last 58 years where the somebody who's served either for the mayor or the assembly has served 2 full terms, taken a break, and come back again. If you know whether this has ever happened in the history of the borough, please let me know who it is. It just hasn't happened. I was equally puzzled by the reference to the U.S. Constitution, the U.S. Constitution Amendment 22. It does only address one person, the president. What it should address are the First and 14th Amendment and the right to freely associate with a candidate of your choice. Now, the president has the lifetime term limit. Supreme Court justices in the judicial branch have lifetime appointments. But what about the legislative branch? They do not have term limits. But here at the borough, we do. And they've never had anybody come back ever again. So would you, let's say, deny somebody who had served 2 full terms, sat out 3 years, decides to come with a nominating petition? You're going to deny someone petitioning the government who wants to freely associate with the candidate of your choice? I don't think so. And so what we've got is we already have term limits, but it is a restriction, but it is not a ban. A ban is really kind of reserved on the legislative branch for people who commit felonies or who are otherwise removed from office. So I think this is really a complete waste of time. It doesn't do anything to promote people from voting. And the case in point is Congressman Young. He has been in office over 50 years. And you ask him if he's for term limits, he usually says there's a term limit every 2 years. And if people want to vote for somebody else, they can do that. And so I think this is America. It's not Russia. It's not China. If people want to sit out 3 years and their constituents want to put them back in, let it go. And if Madam Mayor wants to serve another full term if she gets it and sit out 3 years and come back again, God bless her. I think that we ought to be able to vote. And that's all I got to say. Please reject this.
I don't know, that might be close to my 100th birthday. I don't know if that's the way I want to celebrate it or not. Sorry, guys, it's getting late. I think we still maybe have one person online, do we? No, okay, that was all. Okay, so come, Lloyd. Yeah.
Lloyd Thurman, Madam DeVries, and Assembly members. I don't have much to say here, but the comment was we don't really have a problem. I beg to differ. When you look at the Deep South and the bosses who rule there for decades, that's a problem. When you look at Pelosi, when you look at Schumer, when you look at Mitch McConnell, these are problems, serious, serious problems. You need new blood in, and as it's been said before, it was never intended to be professional politicians. It never was. It was a position of serving the public as representatives of them, not a lifetime job. So those are the things, and I think of the quote from Mark Twain, you know, politicians need to be changed for the same reasons as diapers. And because after a while, they really begin to stink. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Lloyd. Anyone else that would like to testify? And still nobody else online, right? Okay. Alrighty, so I'll go ahead and close the public hearing. And Assemblyperson Yant, would you like to move the legislation?
I move to adopt ordinance 22025 and ordinance 22026. And I'd like to speak to it if I may.
Okay, go ahead.
I promise you this was not written in fear, and out of respect for the process and out of respect for, I don't want to name any names, please, because until this morning, I had no idea this had been done. The attorney let me know it had been done in the past. There had been people who had served their 6 years, taken 3 off, and served another. So, Nick, I'm not asking you to name any names. I think it's disrespectful to who it was. I don't remember who it was. I didn't even know it existed. But I want to ask you, has it been done in the past?
I know of at least one.
Okay. I didn't even know that till this morning. This isn't about fear. This is about fresh ideas. We're all up here doing the same thing. I've worked with some great people since I got here. I vote with some of them a lot. I vote with some of them not a lot. I think they're all amazing people, every single one of them, even the ones that aren't here that were here last year. We, as humans, run out of good ideas. We're here to serve, try to make a difference, lower the mill rate when we can, protect our schools and roads, like someone spoke about earlier. That's why we're here. I can promise you, I'm going to be out of good ideas in 4.5 years if I'm lucky enough to be reelected next year. This is not based on fear. Okay, I don't think any public servant should be able to serve for life. That's a core value of mine. I've always thought that. I don't think anybody should be paid. I'd donate my entire salary to the food bank. I'm not saying everybody else should. I don't think we should get paid. So I promise you this wasn't written in fear nor as a way to disrespect any past or potential future assembly members or mayor. That's not what this is about. This is about fresh ideas. And we do all run out of fresh ideas. So I think everybody up here look how late we're here on a Tuesday night. We're not at home having dinner with our family and kids, right? Everybody up here sacrifices a lot in order to serve their community. And like I said, I think eventually you need to get out of the way and allow people in your district and your community with new ideas to do just the same thing. I was born and raised in Wasilla. My family's been here since the 1900s, actually right before, going all the way back to Jonesville Mine. I still coach in the district. I bet you I could get reelected 6 years on, 3 years off for the rest of my life. I can promise you it's not a good idea. It's not. And I don't think anybody else should be able to. And then, like I said, until today when I met with the attorney, I had no idea it had even been done. But it has been done. I don't know if, like I said, I don't even remember his name. It doesn't matter. So I hope that everybody knows I'm not trying to single anybody out here. If anything, this singles out Jesse Sumner, who everybody knows I'm friends with. I'm not after Sumner, not after anybody. So I'll leave it at that. If it passes, it still needs to be ratified by the voters. I wish a lot more of the things that we did had to be ratified by the voters, as I said earlier. And that's why I'm going to try to change the code in regard to gun range ordinance. So they have to be involved if the assembly tries to legislate it again in the future. So I appreciate you guys' time. Thank you.
Further discussion?
Madam Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
so we have two separate ordinances here, and so I'd like to move to divide the question and take ordinance 22-026 up first.
Okay, so you want to, we'll have two different votes then, one on 025 and one on 026. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Okay, discussion on dividing the question. Objection to dividing the question. Okay, So I guess we will take 025 first then, since it's a smaller number. So the discussion will be
Oh.
on,
Madam Mayor, could I move to take 22026 up first?
oh,
I have an amendment that I think would make 22025 unnecessary.
okay, alrighty. So on the floor now is ordinance 22026. Discussion. And did
So,
you want to?
Madam Mayor, I moved to amend ordinance 22026 by striking all occurrences of mayor and inserting mayor or assembly member. And I think that we can send it to the ballot just like that as one clean ordinance. And I'm sure I wouldn't represent a threat to the Republic.
I'm waiting for the clerk to, because it's unclear to me. Madam Clerk, would you read that to me?
The way I heard it, and I'd really like the borough attorney to make sure the ballot language is still good. Move to amend by striking all references to mayor and insert mayor and assembly member in its place.
Okay, do we have an opinion from the attorney?
So the legislative and executive offices are separate by state law. The rules that apply to the mayor are different than the rules that apply to the assembly members. For example, state law prescribes that the mayor must take office, cannot take office before the Monday following certification of the election. That rule doesn't exist in state law for assembly members. It exists as a matter of borough code here so that we're all consistent. These were written as two separate ordinances because they are two separate questions. One pertains to the executive branch and one pertains to the legislative branch. The other reason they were written separately is because if you say all current members get to run for one additional term and it passes, Assemblymember Sumner could run for a third term. And I believe Assemblymember Yunt intent was not to allow that to happen, was to allow everyone currently at the table to have the current rules apply, which means everyone here in their first term could run for an additional term.
Okay. So
that's the
then
impact
you
of
would
that.
feel that if we did adopt this amendment, that there could be a challenge because, and it passed the voters, there could be a challenge because you're dealing with two separate branches of government.
I would recommend against sending it as a combined question because one deals with the executive branch, the other deals with the legislative branch.
Okay, all right.
Again, it is up to the assembly though. I would defend whatever the assembly wants to do.
Okay. So Deputy Mayor, do you have some questions of the attorney, and does your amendment still stand?
Well, it belongs to the body, Madam Mayor, but I would withdraw it, sort of adjust.
Okay. Is there any objection to him withdrawing I guess it's the split of no, not
The
just
amendment.
just the amendment. Okay. So the splitting of the question, is now.
Still there. It
is
passed. So now we're on the main motion for ordinance 22026.
Right.
Okay. And that's it. And then we'll
Okay.
close
Any
025.
objections to? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, go ahead. ma'am.
Thank you. I'll let this speak for both ordinances. I'm opposed to both, and I'm in total agreement with voter apathy and the need to turn over, and this job is a service. It's not a profession, but I trust in the voters, and we already have term limits, so you don't get that power. The power is in incumbency, right? You get kicked out after 2 terms, you lose that, and then if you want to come back, if the voters want you, they got 6 years of record in front of you, and you're probably running against somebody that's in incumbent. So you're kind of at the disadvantage. So I guess I hear that there's been one case. Maybe that says something about this job that nobody's multiple people haven't come back. I trust in the voters. Our system is the worst system in the world, except for all the others. We have, and if voters want to turn out, they should turn out. And I'm under no illusions about my scope of my power as one person on the Matsu Borough Assembly. But if anybody wants to call me Madam President at any time, welcome for that. And if Madam Mayor would like to run when she's 100 and give it a go and the voters want you in, I support that. So I can't support either of these ordinances for those reasons.
Think I could yell age discrimination or something? Further discussion, Assemblyperson McKee.
Yeah, I've heard a couple people, Mike Coons, and I can't remember who the other gentleman was, but talking about the voters will ultimately decide. Well, yeah, they will, because I absolutely agree with Jim Sykes. And Jim, if you're listening, I didn't always agree with everything that you said when you were on the assembly, but boy, this one, you got it nailed. This is absolute voters' rights. And for somebody to tell me that I have a candidate that I like, but I can't vote for him because this group of how many people we are has decided that I can't do that, that just gets, that's the wrong end of the stick for me. So the voters are the absolute arbiters of term limits. And you're going to have a look at, let me just say, when I first ran, the Republican Party vetted me, and one of their first questions was, well, what are your political aspirations? I said, I don't have any. I really don't have any. So it's not about me. But I just think that to take that ultimate right, which is in this country, the most sacred right that we have to vote. Unfortunately, some people don't use that very well. And as Jefferson said, we are a government not of the majority, but of the majority who participate. Well, get those other folks to get off their butt and vote if they want things to change. But for the people that are out there voting, it takes a lot to get it elected. And it takes a lot of work on the part of the people who are voting for you to get you in and then in again. I simply can't see taking the ultimate right to vote away from the person who has the ultimate right to do that. And that's not us, that's them. I feel very strongly about that. And again, it ain't about me. So thank you.
Mhm. Further discussion?
Madam
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm a big fan of term limits. I think they're great. But the thing is, we already have term limits here, and I agree with Assemblymember McKee, pretty much everything she said. And honestly, I can't imagine taking some time off after my term limit's up and then deciding I want to run again. I can't imagine anybody would want to do that. I'm willing to, send the question to the voters, I guess, but I think this is a solution in search of a problem.
Okay, further discussion? Oh, yes, Assemblyperson Yon.
I want to agree with Tim on something here. He said, I'm trying to remember how he just explained that, but you're not probably looking at a group of people here excited to come back and run again after 6 years, take 3 years off, right? Because we're not professional politicians. Well, that's not to say it can't happen. And like I said, I'm not trying to disrespect the will of the voters. If this passes tonight, it has to go to the voters, right, at the next election. And so I'm definitely not trying to disrespect the voters or take away their opportunity to participate in the process. They're going to get that if it passes here tonight. I want to bring forth how strongly other people feel about these. These are both, you can pull these up anywhere. Sorry if people can't hear me. I'm getting away from the microphone. But the last big study done on this survey by McLaughlin and Associates in the state of Alaska in 2017, 78% of Alaskans believe term limits should be in place. 15% did not believe, and 7% were undecided. Nationally, done at the same time, 82% of Americans believed in term limits. Slightly more than Alaska, not much, right? I'm not trying to go around voters. Like I said, they got to participate in this with us if it passes at the next election. This was not born in fear. This is born in the belief that we should have fresh ideas at local government. So I'm going to leave it at that. And out of respect for the evening and everybody's time, I'm going to call a question.
Okay. Here the question has been called. Any objection to the question being called? Okay, so.
You want me to go ahead and call for the vote?
Mhm.
And just a reminder, we're only on ordinance 22026. If I can get the members in the room to go ahead and vote. Assemblymember Hale,
Yes.
Assemblymember Sumner. And then we're not on the motion to call the question. We're on ordinance 22026.
Yes.
It has passed with Assemblymember McKee and now is opposed. And now we are on ordinance 22025.
Okay. Discussion on ordinance 22-025.
Madam Mayor, I move to strike on the second page, fourth line, the words "in their first term."
Okay, I'm letting the clerk pull it up here.
What did he say? What page?
Second page, I think he
Second
said.
page.
Second page, fourth line, "in their first term." Move to strike.
In their first term.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, Assemblyperson McKee.
Hold
did-
on,
oh,
I've got to write this down. Not you, I was talking to Brenda.
That's okay.
Sorry.
Go ahead and get it all down. We want to be sure it's right.
Okay. Did everybody
Okay.
find it? You want me to read how it would read without the verbiage in the first term?
That sounds good. Thank you.
It would read, no person shall hold the office of Borough Assembly for more than 2 terms for life. For purpose of this section, service for more than 1/2 of a term is considered a full term. This limitation applies to all former and current assembly members, except that it shall not prevent the current Borough Assembly members from holding the remainder of their term and to serve 1 additional full term.
Okay.
And I
Any
would
dis-
like to ask the borough attorney if the ballot language would now need to change.
Go ahead, sir.
It would be the exact same deletion because the ballot language contains the exact same sentence. You would just strike the words.
Oh, and also strike that from the ballot language.
It would be a reviser change. So it could either be part of the motion or reviser, because those same 3 words or those same 4 words in their first term would be struck.
Okay. Discussion on the motion. Yes. Assemblyperson Yon.
Can I please get the clerk and attorney's opinions on exactly what this amendment would do,
Okay.
please?
It would allow all 7 assembly members to seek an additional term when this current term is done. Yep.
Yes, go ahead.
If I could ask the borough attorney a question too. I
Sure.
don't know if that's appropriate or not. Consecutive, or would they have to?
So we'd be violating the current 2-term limitation we have on the books now?
Madam Mayor, we'd be replacing it with new language.
He's exactly right. You're not violating anything. You're changing it. It would allow all current members who are currently at this assembly table to seek 1 more term,
Okay.
and that's it.
And so in doing that, it wipes out what we did 35 years ago. Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, what did you do 35 years ago?
Barb Larker and I were the 2 on the assembly that did the term limits.
It's late. Thank you.
Which was pretty unheard of, 35 years ago. I did a lot of things on 35, but that's all I'm going to tell you on the record. I'm sorry, sir, public hearing is over with, sorry. Okay, so is there any objection to that amendment to Resolution 22025? Yes, Assemblyperson Yount.
I object.
Okay, all righty, so I'm sorry. So the clerk will now ask you to vote. Or is there further discussion? I guess maybe I shouldn't cut off the discussion. Okay, so,
Empty.
So is a further discussion on the amendment?
right, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, he objects to, he did not want the objection to be passed. I
The
mean,
amendment.
The amendment, yeah.
So now we need to vote for
So
it.
now you need, so if you vote yes, then the amendment will be included in 22025. And if you vote no, then it will not be added in there. Or removed, I guess. I'm sorry.
Still the same thing, isn't it?
No, because it gives all of you one additional term.
How?
With you, Mr. Attorney, you check to be sure I'm right. But if you take out, the amendment is to take out those 4 words. If you take out those 4 words, then everybody sitting here at the table can take and have a 3rd term.
If you take out
Really?
those 4 words, everyone at the table can have one more term.
Well, that's what I said. You'd have 3 terms.
No, one more term.
Well, but you already got 2.
No. Madam Mayor, the rule that exists is going away. You're going to replace it with a new rule that says for everyone, for all time, they can only in their entire life serve 2 terms.
Right.
Except
for us sitting here.
Everyone at the table
right.
can serve one more term, regardless of how many times you've served in your lifetime to date.
Consecutively, right?
No,
Or no,
just one more.
Or it can be one more.
In your life.
5 years.
In your life, you can serve only one more term.
Okay. I know, I thought that's what I said, but who knows at 11:30 at night after you put in 15 hours already.
And along that, along those lines, if you're confused about what you're doing, we could continue to either talk about it, or you can continue it to the next meeting where it'll be like 6:30 or 7 o'clock and everybody will be a lot more awake.
Yeah. I was a math teacher for 12 years and the math ain't adding up for me. Sorry about that.
All right, tell me what 2 + 2 is. Let's go for it.
Not
there,
now.
Dee.
Madam Mayor, I call the question.
Which question?
Assemblymember Sumner just called the question.
Okay. Is there any objection to calling the question?
Delete those words.
If we delete those words.
Did you raise your hand? Assembly for, oh, okay. All right, so the motion is to remove those 4 words and allow everybody sitting at this table then to have a 3rd term, or another 1 term.
The current ordinance as written, Madam Mayor, says that only the assembly members in their first term can get another term.
Oh.
If you take those words out, all assembly members get 1 more term, whether you're in your first term or your second term.
So we don't want to take it out.
That's up to the assembly. Term limits are approved by the assembly, ratified by the voters. You could set any number of terms you'd want to.
So does that mean that deputy mayor can serve another term, but D can't?
That means that both of them could serve 1 additional term.
Yeah.
There's, okay, it's 11:30 at night. To be blunt, there was only one, as I said in the staff report, there was only 1 member in their second term. There is only 1 member who
Right.
can't run when their current term ends.
Mm-hmm.
If you take these words out, he can run when this current term ends.
But he's the only person sitting at the table
For the assembly.
for the assembly.
Everyone could run for another term because as it's currently written.
Somebody
it
move to
says-
postpone till the next meeting, okay?
I'm sorry, everybody, Assemblymember Sumner has called the question. I think people are very confused on what they're voting on. I've heard the attorney and I've understood him 2 different ways. So it's really important that the assembly knows what they're voting on.
Yeah.
And I want to
manager
ask, if I
should-
could ask the attorney one
Sure.
question. I understood you to mean that everybody at the table can serve one more term. Everybody at the table can serve one more term. There's already people in their first term here. They could have already served one more term. So how does that even make sense?
So it's not changing anything.
That's not changing it.
There-
So are you saying that they can serve 2, 3-year terms if they're in their first term, or they can't?
The current rules are that
I know
all
what
7
the
assembly
current
members
rules are.
can serve 2 terms, period. If this were to pass in its current form, all of the current assembly members can only serve 2 terms in their life, period. If the amendment that Assemblymember Sumner passes, he can run for another term.
That's what the mayor asked earlier, and you said
That's-
no.
That's,
You said Dee could run for 3 terms then as well. She cannot.
Yeah, that's not what.
She said so
But-
Assemblymember McKee could run for a 3rd term. The
No.
answer to that question is no.
Yeah.
we
all
asked
current-
if she could run for a second term.
Well, but what you said was 3rd. You made it met 2nd.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, already, so she can run for a second term, which is just what we have now without it. But Jesse, does he have to recuse himself?
No.
Certainly not.
Madam Mayor, if he had to recuse himself, then so would the entire assembly, and then you could never pass an ordinance.
Well, no, because he's the ones that getting the extra term.
No, there's a rule of necessity that the only people that hold this interest in terms right now are the current sitting assembly members. And so there's actually a rule in court cases that talk about, well, you have to vote on it because nobody else can.
So if I could clarify before the
Okay.
assembly votes,
All right.
and I'm sorry, Assemblymember Sumner, I'm going to use you as the example. So if this amendment passes, Assemblymember Sumner, because he's in his second term, can run one more term. Everybody else can only serve 2 terms. Am I correct, Mr. Attorney?
Yes.
But
Yes,
he's
they
not
can.
shaking his
That's all I'm
head.
The
looking
problem
for.
is-
You don't count out there. You're not a lawyer.
I just need a yes or a no. That's all we need for the assembly, a yes or a no.
Yes, everyone
Okay.
can serve 1 more
Thank you.
term. Yes. And they don't have to be consecutive.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure everybody knew what they were voting on. Madam Mayor, can we go ahead and
Yes,
take a vote?
Go ahead and vote.
If I can get everybody in the room to vote. Assemblymember Sumner.
Yes.
Assemblymember Hale.
Yes.
It passed with Assembly members Nauer, Yunt, and Bernier opposed. Let me
Okay.
get this down real quick, and now we're on the main motion.
Now you're on the main motion as amended, ordinance 22-025. Any further discussion on that motion as
I
amended?
just say that I suppose I could support the motion as amended.
How late is it there wherever you are?
12:30.
Okay. Yes, Assemblyperson Yunt.
Okay, so it's the same, we had to divide the question for the reason, well, just divide it on the ballot for the reason Nick spoke about earlier, because, the mayor and the assembly are a little bit different. So the gist of this is the same, right? We've debated this, we've talked about this. I don't want to step on anyone's toes, going once, going twice. I call the question.
Okay. Any objection to the question being called on the main motion as amended? Okay. You
I
go ahead.
object. Because I
Okay.
just got to have one more crack at it. Is that okay?
Sure.
All right. Again, the ultimate authority of the voter, I believe, is being withdrawn from him, her.
I'm sorry.
The
The question's been called. We
But
can't, you can
I
object.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, dear.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
It takes you the first year and a half just to learn how to do this stuff. So, I mean, I will not be running for a third term, I guarantee you. However, if I wanted to, I wouldn't want anybody to stop me from it. And if they wanted me to do it, I wouldn't want anybody to stop them from getting me in, because this is not like Washington, D.C. or the president or any of that stuff. It's not like a career where you're making a lot of money and having a lot of influence. You are here at 11:30 at night, I with 189 kids that I will be seeing at 7 o'clock in the morning to teach. So this is public service, but that's not the issue. That whole thing was designed to keep people from being career politicians. And for God's sake, in this body, I don't think there's any danger of that. I think whoever it was, it's a solution in search of a problem. I don't know who said that. It was very clever. Maybe Sykes did, but I absolutely agree with him. Just my 2 cents. If somebody wanted to elect somebody whose name rhymes with otters in the federal government 82 times, that's their right to do that.
Yeah.
Enough said for me. That's it. I'm
Okay.
over now.
All righty, we need to vote. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, so go ahead and vote on 22-025 as amended.
Assemblymember Hale.
Yes.
Assemblymember Sumner.
Yes.
It is passed with Assemblymember McKee and Nowers opposed.
Okay. And whenever you're ready, Madam Clerk, to read the next.
Miss Mayor, we have got 20 minutes left, just to
And
clarify.
we have 1, 2, 3, what do we have? 4.
Let's go. Ordinance 22027, an ordinance accepting and appropriating $700,000 from the Caswell, Birch, and Crocker Creek Fish Passage Improvement Project. Accompanying resolution 22028, a resolution approving the scope of work and budget for the Caswell, Birch, and Crocker Creek Fish Passage Improvement Projects.
Staff report in 5 seconds.
Terry Dolan, Director of Public Works. This is approval of a 26% grant match, so it's really good money.
Okay, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Is there anyone that would like to testify on ordinance 22-027 and accompanying resolution 22-028? Okay. So we have anybody online? They've probably all gone to bed. Good for them. I'm going to close public hearing. Assemblyperson Yount, would you remove the legislation, please?
I move to adopt ordinance 22-027 and resolution 22-028.
Thank you. Discussion?
I'd like to speak to it if I may.
Sure.
I heard Director Dolan say this was a 26% match. So to simplify it, let's call it 25%. We're putting in 700 grand. We're receiving 2.1 million. I can tell you these fish passage improvements are already working. We've seen drastic improvement in salmon returns to lakes that were not happening before. So I'm very excited about this. Anytime we can get the feds to chip in 3/4 of the money, I think we would do a disservice to our community if we didn't approve it. And like I said, we're making a positive impact every year with the fish culvert improvements and different things. So I hope this passes.
Okay, further discussion?
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd just kind of like to echo what the Assemblyman just said. And plus, this is construction jobs, so let's get this done.
Okay.
Can I call the question?
Good. He had his hand up before, but then I will recognize you. Sir. Go ahead.
I think that really what the borough's putting in is like around 170,000, and it's going to be a $700,000 total. So it's not a $700,000 that we're putting in, and we're getting $1 million something. Okay.
Okay, so the question's been called. Any objection to the question being called? Okay, go ahead and vote then. Any objection to the main motion? Okay, seeing and hearing none, then legislation passes. So should we have a little bit of powwow here about which ones of these are the most important to
Can I
try to get
suggest?
done? Yes, go ahead, sir.
Madam Mayor, if I could, I'd like to suggest we get through the consent agenda. There's some AMs and things on there that would be nice to get done. They weren't pulled from consent, but if we don't get to them before midnight, they're going to sit another couple weeks.
Madam Mayor, if we could have Assembly Member Yunt, sorry, I almost called you a different name, move the last 3 public hearings to the next meeting.
Okay,
I'd like to make a motion to move the next 3 public hearings to the following meeting in 2 weeks.
okay. Yeah,
Or is,
discussion?
wait, would it be 2 weeks or
It's
would?
April 5th.
April 5th, thank you.
Okay. Any objections to the motion to move the last 3 public hearings to our next regular meeting? Yes, Assemblyperson 2.
So does that affect OR 22-030?
Yes.
Can I get that passed quickly?
That's not the motion.
Okay.
That's, do you want to divide the question and have that one voted on separately?
Yes, please.
Okay. So the motion was for the next three ordinances to be postponed or moved to the next regular assembly meeting. The question has been divided, and Assemblyperson 2 would like us to consider OR 22-030 at this time. Is there any objections to question being divided? Do you want to speak to your motion?
I think it's important that we get this done. It's time sensitive.
Okay. Discussion on ordinance 22-030. Any objection
Are you talking about
passing?
the motion to divide? Is that what you're talking about?
No, there was no objection to the motion to divide, is my understanding. But now we are on the motion to pass.
We need to have
No, we
public
need to
hearing.
hold the public hearing if we're
Public
going to do
input.
that. So now we're on the first
yeah.
2.
You're right.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, but I had objection to the motion to divide.
Okay. All righty, so we have to decide that then first before we.
I have
do
a
the hearing.
3:30 a.m. wake up call.
Yeah. Okay, so we now need to vote then on the motion to divide. Yes, Assemblyperson.
I'm worried we might have public comment and that will push us over 12. So I'm going to oppose it just for that reason. So the other things can get passed before midnight.
Okay.
If I can get the members in the room to go ahead and vote.
The vote is to
To divide the question.
Would the motion, if the motion to divide is approved, then we would have a public hearing at 22-030 and do whatever on that you wanted to do. And then we go back to the main motion where ordinance 22-028 and ordinance 22-029 would be moved to our next regular meeting.
If I can get the members in the room to go ahead and vote. Assemblymember Sumner.
Yes.
Assemblymember Hale.
No.
It passed with Assemblymember Nauer, Gent, and Hale opposed, and we need to
Okay,
vote
so-
on the postponement of the other 2 and then move on to the other public hearing.
So we don't do the public hearing now on 030 at this time?
O27 and O28 are moved or being, excuse me, I'm on the wrong page. O28 and O29 now need to be voted on to continue the public hearing to 4/5. And then we need to hold the public hearing on 22-030.
Okay. Okay, so the motion before you now is to move 028 and 029 to our next regular meeting. Discussion, any objection? I don't see any objections, so that takes care of that, Madam Clerk, right?
Yep.
And so now we will go to the public hearing for ordinance 030.
An
Correct.
ordinance amending MSP 5.25032, Service Area Number 21, Big Lake Road Service Area to provide for a 5-member board of supervisors. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, please press *3.
Okay, so I'm going to open the public hearing. Is there anyone here in the audience that would like to testify for or against ordinance 22-030? Do we have someone online? No, we do not. Okay, one last chance. Oh, we do have one person. Okay, I need to put my glasses on. I can't. I see you back there, but I didn't see your arm. Okay. All right. So online, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Jim Sykes here. I just have a comment that I don't understand why the Big Lake service area needs 5 service members. I guess there's nothing wrong with it because some people can't even get 1 or 2, but it just seems like it's maybe even a little excessive. So I don't know exactly why that is, but none of the other road service areas seem to need 5. So that's my comment.
Okay, thank you. Do we have anybody else online who wants to? No. Anyone else here in the audience? Yes, come forth, sir, testify.
Madam Mayor, Assembly, Pat Daniels from Big Lake. Real quick, I thank you for hearing this on the 5 board members. No other RSA has the 5 board members. I think the 5 board members is extremely important. It allows us to have 2 working people together within a quorum to address the issues within the community and communicate productively within a group of people to accomplish the needs of the people within the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, nobody else online? Okay. I'm going to close the public hearing, and Assembly Member 2, would you move the legislation, please?
I move to adopt ordinance number 22-030.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, I move to call a question.
Okay. Is there any objections to calling the question? Okay. And so now we will have the vote on the motion to approve, right?
If there's is there any objection to it?
Is there any objection to approving the ordinance 22-030? Okay, hearing no objection, the legislation is passed. Oh, boy. Now we're to audience participation. Would you believe that?
Make this really quick.
Okay, good.
Mike Coons. All lids should be non-contingent. Should not be contingency. It should be non-contingent. I really feel sorry for those people that I believe they got hosed. Mr. Tui, the comment that you made and then your subsequent vote sadly makes me wonder if that wasn't a payback vote. That's my personal opinion. I would like to ask the borough to look at and consider a letter of opposition to HB 352, which is from Representative Fields to change the Glen Highway to another name that would be determined by an unknown tribal council. This would be Representative Rauscher yesterday on the floor at the House had a really interesting deal about how many people would be impacted from the schools, the kids, from debit cards, from credit cards, from their home addresses, to the street signs, the whole 9 yards. And this is, and I sat through and I watched the committee hearing from Mr. Fields, and this is a purely racist bill, pure and simple. And so I would like to see that since the Matsu Borough has got a heck of a lot of the Glen Highway and the old Glen Highway, And I think it was Representative McKay brought out that he did have to change the name of Glen Allen and Lake Louise because Lake Louise is named after General Glenn's wife. So I would suggest that I would like to see you guys come up with, for a future meeting real soon, a letter of opposition to HB 352. Thank you.
Thank you. And let's see, sign up for audience participation. I have Clay Chapman. Okay, there you are, sir.
Good evening, Mrs. Mayor and Assembly members. My name is Clay Chapman. I am a big game hunter. Most of all, I am a slave to my Lord, Jesus Christ. The faces have changed in this assembly, but the science and facts are still the same, even after 7 years on this 200-acre virgin land. Our Kinnick Fairview community does not want this shooting range. Let me give you a history recap of the ASCTP. Big Lake shot down Mr. Moss 9 years ago. This same track was shot down by the assembly 7 years ago. 2015, Mr. Moss turned down acreage from the Kinnick tribe. The same year, Mr. Moss turned down 2 sites at Point McKenzie from this assembly. We are a Title I school. But in the Frontiersman, the newspaper, April 28, 2021, Mr. Moss was quoted saying, "This 200 acres is not buildable land. It's wetlands, steep hills. We're not going to build a house or a school or a subdivision. We're just going to walk around on it and shoot shotguns in a safe, orderly manner and go home and eat dinner," said by Mr. Moss, April 28, 2021. Today, this Matsu Borough owns multiple large sites. One example is 620 acres tract, the dump. It is fenced-off area and a controlled environment. The dump is already contaminated. Lower 48s are implementing this idea for their communities. Mr. Moss does not need to be concerned about lead poison, lead dust, uptake, noise pollution, impact on wildlife, impact on these 2 schools at Joe Redington and Ida Elementary. We're supposed to be good stewards of our land. Mr. Moss is going to introduce on this virgin 200 acres, uptake, lead pellets, lead dust, poison, low water table, clay pigeons, soil acidity, noise pollution, and wetlands. Because of the pollution, the families in this area will no longer be able to safely harvest berries, game birds, moose, trout out of 3 Mile Lake and downstream Fish Creek, salmon fisheries, loons, which is protected under endangered species, will be affected by this shotgun range. Kinnick Fairview community are asking you, stop this request from Mr. Moss. You assembly members should bring in a safe, low or no impact nonprofit organization into our community. Remember, after Mr. Moss pollutes our virgin land, Mr. Moss goes home and eats dinner. We are the fastest growing area in the Matsu Borough. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Also, give you all this information?
Yeah, you can give it to the clerk. Glenn Sharp. He was somebody signed and he did. Oh, okay, all right. Anybody else in the audience would like to testify before the assembly? Okay, seeing no one, do we have anybody online? No, okay. So audience participation is closed. We're now to the consent agenda. Does anybody want to pull anything from the consent agenda before I have the clerk speedily read it into? No, okay, go clerk.
Resolution 22027, a resolution approving the completion of the United States Army Corps of Engineers Section 205 Talkeetna Flood Risk Reduction Study and approving planning assistance for the 50-year erosion horizon analysis. Resolution 2230, a resolution approving the extended time frame for the Alaska State Department of Health and Social Services grant to provide financial assistance to the Bureau for COVID-19 vaccine support services through March 31st, 2022. Resolution 22031, a resolution amending the scope of work for one material site-related project, Resolution 22032, a resolution amending the scope of work for project number 30043, Fund 410, South Big Lake Road realignment, replacing the current scope of realignment and upgrade of the Burma Road Puritan Parkway corridor with upgrade of seasonally impassable roads in the Big Lake area, which includes West Papoose Twins Road, Tofson Avenue, Pond Lily Lane, Malosey Hot Springs Road, and Arctic Turn Lane. AM 22015, award of proposal number 22081P to Quantum Spatial Incorporated in the contract amount of $374,819 to collect borough aerial imagery. AM 22016, award of bid number 22054B to Western Construction and Equipment LLC and the contract amount of $590,925 to improve Bel Air Estates roads. AM 22017, award of proposal number 22078 PA to Lounsbury and Associates Incorporated in the contract amount of $369,919 to design improvements to Hidden Hills Road.
There's another one too, this one.
Hey, good pull.
You pulled that one. Okay.
I move to approve the consent agenda as read into the record by the clerk.
Okay, is there any objection? Hearing no objection, the consent agenda is approved. And it is midnight, ladies and gentlemen. Meeting adjourned.
So Lonnie, this public hearing